Oh my. What's up, gamers? It's been, almost 2 weeks. Not exactly, I think it's been like 10, 11 days, but life comes at you fast, you get busy. Um, Probably just gonna be doing theory stream today. Title is just for the episode 7 theory stream. I don't imagine the stream's gonna be super long. It's pretty late at night, and ideally we get through this relatively quickly, and I can scoot off to bed. Um, the plan for tomorrow is to wake up. I got some test stuff that I have to do. But once I get through the test stuff, hope to be back. Would like to finish this stream for episode 8 in 3 streams total. Yeah, we'll see if that plan comes to fruition. I know I'm not really great at meeting my promise in terms of times for streaming, just because things come up and sleeping bad and a bunch of other shit that you guys don't care about. But let's get into this theory stream. We'll put on some song here somewhere. I don't know how loud this is going to be either, so we'll see. Not that song. No. No, sorry. This is the most important part of the theory stream. If you've seen the previous ones, you would know this. Where's that one that I like that has the piano? Where the fuck is it? Okay, it's a little bit too extreme. Is this gonna be like... I just want something that's not like crazy. This one's okay. Look Back, good movie. Good lord, that is loud. Apologies on that one. Circus-ass music. Sorry, we have to find this. This is the most important part of the stream. Maybe the piano one is okay. We'll just turn it down a lot. Okay. So, let me pop the notes up for you guys here. After the episode 7 stream, we had a big rundown with everything that was going on with Will. And Leon, exposing kind of what was going on, the tea party as well, giving us a little bit of insight on maybe what the true timeline was. There's still a little bit to talk about with that. But I think the big thing that I would try, or would hope to be able to do by the end of this stream, is to put together all of the, like the killings at least, to show that we fully understand what was going on in terms of this. That's the big thing that I want. Then, further past that, we can touch a little bit on the bigger scope of what's going on. I think the big thing right now is I'm in like a similar position to what happened with Higurashi, where the game feels not done, but mostly sorted at this point. There's only very few mysteries that are relatively minor that we still want to know. The fact that we have things like the rifles being located in the Room of the Gold that we learned in the Tea Party indicates certain things, and it makes it... I don't know how to word this. It comes to question whether or not those games that we were shown actually mattered. I think this is sort of a thing that has been presented with this game, that the other games... Ooh, how do I word this? I'm gonna make a very weird analogy, and it's probably wrong for people who played the game. They're probably more familiar with me, or with this idea. To me, it seems like if you think of the truth of the game like a beam of light, all the episodes that we have played to this point, it's like a kaleidoscope that has scattered that beam of light into a bunch of different places and into a bunch of different constituent parts, where it kind of has hidden the true story. And the true story seems to be a mix of episode 3, kind of, Not literally in the events that happened, but sort of what happened in episode 3, but in reality what was shown in the episode 7 tea party, that there was this discovery of the gold among all the siblings, because there's I don't know how to word this, unless there's guns that were hidden somewhere else, or there was some other, you know, unknown access that we were unaware of. In the episode 7 tea party, in the game that gets shown there, the game, so let's go with some early assumptions here, I guess, just to start off the theory stream on like some footing. So okay, I'll probably switch these to, or let me do it like this so I stick with my regular formatting. Pull my sleeves up too. Shannon / Yasu is Beatrice. Okay, I don't think this is lost on anybody at this point. So she likely had a far greater involvement in the games than previously thought. I do still think she had accomplices over the course of the game, / that in some cases she was not the killer at all. I believe the starting of the games, like first Twilight stuff, is probably more her than anything else. But past that point, it's hard to know. Fuck, what else do we put here? I guess like I have like a thing in my head that I'm sort of grappling with, and it's not the easiest part to disentangle in my mind, which is, we know, at least it seems like from the red statement that was given to the red statement that was given by Burncastle at the end seems to insinuate that what was presented in the episode 7 tea party was the truth. I'm gonna open up the you won't see this, but I'm gonna open up the Umineko wiki. Umineko wiki red truth, because I want to be able to read the exact statement that was said in episode 7, just so that I don't misquote it. Scrolling down a bunch. I know you guys don't see this. Requiem, I believe, is somewhere here. Requiem, right here. Okay, well, no, actually. The exact quote, let me move this over to my main monitor and I'll switch to a display capture for a moment here so you guys can see this. If I do this real quickly and hide my notes. Right here, I'm not gonna do my best not to hover this, but that this is all truth. Now, as I recall, I'd have to go back to the actual VOD, but, ooh, and let me reshow the notes. I'd have to go back to the exact VOD, but it's interesting that this is all, it's weird that, because I think, if I remember, I'm sorry, it's been a few days, so I apologize if my knowledge is not shipshape. I'm going to open up, you'll unfortunately hear this because of how the audio has to be set up. Actually, wait, let me check real quick, okay? Send me a detour. I want to see if I set the audio channel to how I properly want it to be done, if it's going to ruin my ears again with crackling, or if maybe that issue was something that I left for a few days and it was like, okay, we wanted to fix itself, we love you. In reality, that won't happen, but let me try that real quick. 3, 2, 1, test. Okay, I mean, oh no, it just started. It was going, well, it's good for the most part. Okay, regardless, we'll leave it like that for now. It's fine, it's actually not crackling. Maybe it did fix itself. So I'm gonna pull open the stream here. I want to see... Oh, sorry. This is like the nastiest setup on the planet. I don't know why this... There we go. So I don't know why this isn't loading. I know the stream is like puke right now. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Actually a different browser. I use a different browser to log into my alt account so I don't have to constantly sign in, sign out. I want to see the statement that was given here at the end. Burncastle gave this red statement, and I'm trying to remember who... It would have to have been one of Angie or Leon that would have stopped it. Please tell me this has a transcript. Oh, let's go. Okay. Sorry, this is very disjointed right now. You're gonna have to accept that. Truth. You guys can't hear this, it's okay. You don't want to hear it, it's cringe. I think this is it, right? Okay, now I will... I don't know why the audio is duplicated on... Sorry, I'm gonna do a little quick fix here. If I do this should... I don't know... Something is very weird with my setup here. And I don't know why. Like, it should not be... This is so odd. It's still duplicating it to my main... It doesn't matter, look, we won't worry about it. It's a stupid point. I'll do this. Then I'll do that just for you. This is all truth. No! So it did get cut off by Angie. That's all I wanted to get to. So my point behind that being... Let's close this now. That we can't guarantee... Say, So, there's two things about this statement, which I would say that... I don't know, my phone, 'cause my wrist is on top of it. The two things about this statement... Also, can I, like, get rid of that? The two things about that statement is that, one... We know Red Truth has obviously been fucked around with. And two... She didn't finish her statement. So these are our two beliefs right now. One... Okay, now the audio is crackling. I don't know what it is about this audio cable that it just hates. Go back to this, because if I have to listen to crackling all day, I'll go fucking crazy, and I'll just undo this. So... Sorry, this has been very slow so far. I don't want to put a ton of extra significance on this Red Truth, at least until I have more info to believe in it. Just because the statement didn't get completed, and I feel like... Because the dilemma that I'm having in my head is if you follow a lot of the events of Episode 7 Tea Party as being, like, the truth, a lot of the earlier games, one, you get to this point where it doesn't even feel like engaging with them, because if you're going to say that one future, in a way like, sorry, this can be very rambly, in the very same way that we had learned about the message bottles overriding the past and how they were meant to be used, you know, to override the truth of what actually happened, because that would be the only retelling of the event that anybody would know about. In that exact same fashion, I think that this red truth is no different than a message bottle, but the problem is, because this message bottle was like stated in red for us, at least, you know, how the game has been presented, it makes it pretty hard to, how do I word this? It makes it hard to trust or to believe in the other games that were presented prior. So for the sake of feeling more complete in my answer, I'm not going to put a ton of extra significance on this, and I'm just going to view the episode 7 game as being another game, being another interpretation. Now, the reason why I say that is, actually, honestly, it came up to me while I was thinking this. I hadn't even thought about this idea before, because I thought about this and I was like, well, it seems a little bit weird that if the rifles were located in the Room of the Gold, which it does seem to be the case, although again, all this would indicate now is that there may, God, we're gonna get into some real deep level fucking mindfuckery on this. My thinking, if we take this statement to be true, there's only two things that we can draw from this statement, which is that in each episode, there is siblings who get a hold of guns. Episode 4 is weird because they get multiple guns. But if we look at the first 3, right, you have Natsuhi, Rosa, Ava. Those 3 episodes, they get guns. I think there's also like other accessory characters that get guns, specifically in episode 3, I believe. But the thing that would start to become weird from that is you say, like, if the rifles were located in the Room of the Gold, and if we trust that the game is being truthful to us at the end of the game, so at the end of the games it tells us, you know, like, if somebody discovered the gold, who won the game, etc. I believe in the first 4 games, the only person, also let me do this here. I'll just write down their names instead of... So we had Genji, Kumasawa, Nanjo. Again, canon seems to be kind of like an alter ego, or like, again, I still don't really understand that whole... I don't want to say I don't understand. I understand it, it's just I don't know if... I don't want to circle on this again. I circled on it so much in the last stream and in prior stuff. I'm not sure if Shannon and Canon are like proxies for Yasu, because Yasu is this is the base level statement for sure. Yasu exists. Yasu is real. The question after that becomes, are Canon and Shannon, are they both proxies for Yasu, meaning that Yasu at any given time could be one or the other as the story is presented? It seems like Yasu is Shannon. It seems like it. The reason why I say that is that a lot of the motivation behind... I'm gonna get into the dilemma that I'm having this entire fucking game that I'm having, and we'll see how it gets answered, because I do think it's sort of a make or break question, which is, I keep having a problem not grasping how what Shannon / Yasu did is not revenge. I'm having a really hard time with it. And it's making it... What is this? Wait, can you actually do colors in... What the fuck is this? Oh. Since when was this in Notepad? What is this? Oh, clear formatting. I thought this was highlighting. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo knew about what was going on. I'm just going to refer to Yasu as Shannon just for the sake of... I'll get into this in a second, but it's just easier to type Shannon instead of like Yasu, Yasu. I just for the clear image in my head. Nanjo knew that Shannon... So, Genji, Kumasawa, I should say, and Nanjo knew that Shannon was Beatrice / or plus had found the gold. They also, from earlier knowledge, we had been told, knew about her existence. Actually, it was the prior Beatrice. Maybe I'll just say Yasu. Fuck. This is so... I'll just say Shannon. Okay, sorry, all that to say. Shannon slash Yasu is Beatrice. She had found the gold prior to 1986. We knew that. I believe it would have been between 84 and 85. It would have been prior to the 85 conference because it was put up in April, and she found it, I believe, some point in 84. Just as an aside, not that that's like ultra important, but I believe that was the timeline. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo knew that Shannon was Beatrice, plus had found the gold. They also, from earlier knowledge, they also knew... We'll just do this. It makes more... Knew about the prior Beatrice's existence as Kudoran received deliveries, and they knew of the harbor, of the back harbor, I think it was called, aka they probably knew about the submarine thing. Some chance they knew of Shannon's birth. Regardless, post her finding the gold, they knew and kept this secret. No comment needed here. Meaning I put a higher culpability in them being accomplices, meaning that, like, we know at the end of the day that the servants, especially those who are inscribed, which in reality is just Genji, if we assume that Shannon and Canon are just one person, and then based on whatever interpretation, it's one or the other. So we know that they would serve, and we know that it seems like the servants at the way that's described is, you know, they serve Kinzo. Kinzo is dead, though, at the start of the game. They serve the head of the house. And the head of House Ushirimiya is Shannon at that point, at the time of the starting of the game. Now, the only person that wasn't knowledgeable about this was Goda, so we can put that aside. But my point being, she likely had a far greater involvement in the games than previously thought. And my earlier point, I think that these people would be more willing to help her because they are the head. And what the head says goes. Now, I'll get into the little dilemma I had in my mind prior, which was that if the rifles were located in the Room of the Gold, and if we were to take the Episode 7 Tea Party to be like the end-all, be-all, right? To be the finale, to be the truth of what actually happened, it feels like it starts to get some inconsistencies. What I mean by that is that I think that there are nuggets of truth in each of the stories. And I don't know if any one story is necessarily like the true story. I assume that true story will maybe be shown in the next episode. We know that this next game was apparently made just for Angie. Now again, the degree to which that means it will be like the full unadulterated truth is another topic entirely. But I think there's a few things that were outlined in each episode that were really important. Like, for instance, it was giving more of like an insight on each of the characters. It was giving an insight with Rosa with her like inferiority to her other siblings. It was giving insight to Ava with her hatred of Kraus and her like obsession with wanting to be in control of the gold. We got insight into Natsuhi and her I don't know if you would call it like her duty-bound spirit, where she serves the family maybe more than anybody else, despite not even being somebody who was naturally a part of the family. She married into it. You have some knowledge about, you know, all the business dealings, about all the siblings being behind on money, and I think all of these little tidbits, it's kind of like Higurashi in a sense, where it's like we're trying to pick out things that hold true, and if we can like Frankenstein those into a combination, I think that might be the real story. And I think that the episodes are trying to tell us that. I think the whole point of this story is that it is up to interpretation, you know? The only thing that starts to get funky is at what point we can, like, will we ever know the true ending? Or will we ever know truly what happened, I guess? Or is it always going to be a cat box that, you know, you open it up and there is some indeterminate amount of possibilities inside and we just collapse into one story every time we open it? Which I think is also kind of a cool thing, weirdly as an aside, if you had people that were really big into like fan fiction, if that was like a story or like a big meta narrative of the game, because you could have people who would come through and write their own like message bottle forgeries, you know? It's kind of cool. Regardless, besides the point. But when I was talking about episode 7, the thing that started to bother me is if I view the episode 7 tea party as like the truth of the reality of what went on, then there's so much of like the other games that was just window dressing, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong, but I think all this would tell us is that we have more of a tap on, like the episode 7 tea party would be in the same way that the other games were. It was a way to expose the intentions of Kiri and Rudolph, of like what they were there for, things of that nature. It seems more now that, as we learned, the gold is stored in a mechanism that is near the chapel. This room that the gold is stored in, let me write this down because this is probably like pretty important. The gold is stored underground near the chapel and is connected to the military base stuff, which networks under the entire island. Room with the gold also has explosives rigged in it to create which when the switch is flipped will detonate at midnight, destroying, I think I said like around half of the island. I believe that's what it said, because it would destroy the whole section, like with the family and the guest house and... So I'm just trying to think of like the motives of all the characters in the game. Maybe this is like something that we can do. Let's do a little like motive checklist. Or we'll just say like motive/role checklist. It's gonna be sort of vague. So we have Battler. The problem is like, so for bystanders, fuck, this is tough though. No, I don't want to do this because it's gonna be, we're gonna end up going over this anyways. The gold is stored underground near the chapel. It's connected to military base stuff, which networks under the entire island, which that itself also connects to Kodorian. The room with the gold has explosives rigged in it, which when the switch is flipped, we should say on the clock in the room. Will detonate at midnight. No comment. Destroying around half of the island. Okay. We follow so far from there. Now let's get into like the specific analysis of this, where... Let's go game 1, okay? See if we can switch the track here too, because I'm getting kind of sick of this track. Okay, so in game 1 we have an interesting breakdown by Will, right here. I'm gonna copy all these, and we'll do some analysis on each of these statements. So in game 1, the illusions to illusions, the corpse that cannot return to the earth returns to illusions. Now this is all in very, like, veiled statements. So here, we'll do this. V is for victims, okay? So the victims are Shannon, Kraus, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, Goda. I believe this was the set that was killed. Shannon, Kraus, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa, Goda. Because Hideyoshi was alive. Yes, I believe this is true. And then I'm going to put, like, my reasoning... Do I put reason? I'll do understanding. So you for understanding of the situation. So the illusions to illusions, the corpse that cannot return to the earth returns to illusions. So Explanation for this: Shannon was not actually dead in the garden storehouse. I guess it's another like calling card that we could use, is that in any of the games where the magic circles are drawn, it was almost certainly done by Shannon. Right? Or Maria. That's the other thing. We know Maria has the knowledge of them. And if Maria had the copies in her books, that's the other thing too, because we know that Maria would be like, okay. Now let's have we'll have like a meta section here. Meta section, and then we'll have like a game by game section. I apologize for how this is set up. It's going to be kind of weird to go through all these without having like these things set up in a way that I can reference back to them. So So, what I say here is that likely had accomplices. These ones, I'm like 100% dead set on. One, Genji I think would 100% follow because of his duty-bound nature. I think these two would as well. I think they would be a little bit less willing. I think Genji is literally, not in a bad way, but he's like a tool for whoever the head of the house is. Nanjo Kumasawa, I can see in certain cases where maybe they would not go along with it, but I think they would probably follow the head of the house to a fault. Maria has like an obsession with Beatrice and would probably do whatever Beatrice says. So I follow on that aspect that I think the reason why I put possibly George, depending on the game, is just because of his relationship with Shannon. You know, if your spouse or your partner came up to you at some point and they were like, oh, you know, I need you to help me hide a body, you probably do it. And George, I think, would fall into that category depending on the game. Now, the only problem is George kind of gets whacked in a lot of the games early. So we'll see. Regardless, Shannon was not actually dead in the garden storehouse. We had learned from episode 5, I believe it was. Was it 5? Yes. That not all corpses that we have been presented with Shannon was not actually dead in the garden storehouse. We had learned from episode 5 that not all corpses, I should say, that have been presented over the course of the game are necessarily real. Okay. Because the big thing about the garden storehouse, and the reason why Shannon becomes more and more implicated with things that go on, was what I had mentioned early on about the whole logistical thing, about how somebody who was the killer had to, at the very least, been very familiar with the mansion's layout, and had to also have been familiar with the routines of everybody, as well as the really tiny, like, minutia of, like, which key goes where, what all the keys do, etc. Shannon obviously would have had that knowledge. I would imagine that people that live on the island would have that. That's why I zeroed in on Jessica so strongly early on. Yeah. So besides the point, the question would be, how would it have been possible to lock... Because I don't think that was a locked room mystery, in the sense that I don't know if the key was necessarily on... That's the only thing I'm trying to think here. I don't know if the key was on the body. This is the problem with this game being so fucking long, is I don't remember all the little itty-bitty minutia from all the stories. I don't remember if they found the key on one of the bodies in the storehouse. I don't believe they did. I think the key was missing. But they locked it eventually, because they re-shut it and locked it again. The reasoning behind this being the corpse that cannot return to the earth returns to illusions. A corpse that can't return to the earth would be one that's not dead, right? it returns to illusions. So the person was not actually dead. So Shannon was not actually dead in the guard storehouse. We learned from episode 5 that not all corpses that have been presented over the course of the game are necessarily real, in brackets, meaning we could have false deaths. Okay. I'm trying to remember here. Because these were the only people that were left in the mansion at the time. Because as I recall the story of how everything was being described to us, was that Ava and Hideyoshi had gone to sleep, right? They had left early. These four would have been the only ones that would have been left talking. Oh, and Natsuhi as well, but Natsuhi lived. Natsuhi, add Natsuhi to this. That's the interest. Oh, but Natsuhi left, right? Because then Natsuhi, yes. Natsuhi left early. So, yes, Natsuhi left early. She, Ava, and Hideyoshi left the meeting early. Sorry, I apologize for this. It's like a little bit of a mini example of what happened with Higurashi. I'm just trying to, the info's coming back to me as we go. Shannon, Kraus, Rudolph, Kiri, Rosa. So the only people that would have also been in the mansion at this time, because as we recall, by Kraus's orders, every servant was moved out of the mansion, save Goda. This actually should have been kind of a red flag right off the bat, that Shannon was even included in the deaths. Because why? Because she was doing the rounds that night to close up, but as far as I recall, mansion closing happens far before that. Like, well before that. That should have been a pretty obvious thing. And Shannon was also not in the mansion. Would she really have the duties of closing up in the mansion if she wasn't even assigned to the mansion? That seems really odd. Regardless, these were all the people that were left. Goda was the only other servant that was present. Okay. The only thing would be Shannon would have had to have an accomplice for this. It was shut and it was locked. So, as I recall, again, I apologize. I'm going to say this as an affront. There's probably going to be a few little minutia that I have a little bit wrong. I'm hoping to get like the very meta perspective things correct, but I do not remember all the very itty-bitty details. Like, I can go up here, but I don't know. Like, if I do like storehouse, can I see if it was locked? 6 hours prior. 2 a.m., go to Shannon. Is there anything else? And returned. Okay, yes. So, it was returned, and then Natsui then had possession of the key. Shannon had an accomplice of some kind, such that she could hide inside the storehouse. We know there was a window through which a key could be passed. I still want to know how it was that Shannon was able to kill all of them. It could very well be that it wasn't just her. Fuck, maybe she had a bigger victim, or maybe she had bigger help than I otherwise thought to begin with. Because it always seemed to me, and I mentioned this earlier, that a lot of these crimes seemed very odd to be done by a singular person. Not just because of different people dying over the course of the game, which then sort of got a little bit debunked when we found out that, you know, corpses could be faked. However, some of the killings, especially the first Twilight killings, you know, what is the most that one person could kill with the tools available on the island at the same time, you know? You start to get to like a weird question with that. And it makes me wonder if Shannon had help. We know that Genji is very able. I can't imagine Nanjo or Kumasawa. If they were helping, I think that would be a much more... How would you word it? A much more, like, detached help. I think they would help, but I don't think it would be, like, an active role, as in, like, they were helping kill people. I think it would be more like, oh, like, they help transfer a key. Oh, they help unlock... They unlock something that should have been locked. You know, things like that. I'm not going to necessarily say that it was her, though. Okay. The other thing, too, that makes it interesting is that in the episode... I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in the episode 2 Twilight, all the people were killed, and we know that the culprit was somebody that was in the chapel. But as I recall, the red statement that was given in the episode 4 Tea Party, it didn't mention accomplices, and it didn't mention... Like, I don't know if we've ever had a single red statement that would have said that there was a sole perpetrator for any of the given crimes, you know? Now, some of them, especially the later ones, where it's, you know, one person dying, two people dying, you could reasonably, like, in the next murder we'll see in the first game, I don't think it's unreasonable to think that the person probably acted alone, you know? The other thing as well that they mentioned was that I wonder if the guns were used much more readily, like, especially in the second killing, the illusions, or the Hideyoshi and Ava killings. There had been some point mentioned that the occult things, which I think they even described as paperweights at some point, or about as useless as one, that they were not strong enough to be able to burrow into somebody's head, that like something else would have had to either drive them in, or a hole would have had to been made prior and then the stake placed into it. More and more now, it seems like these people were shot. The only thing is, now, it makes me wonder, like... Fuck, it really makes me think that Nanjo was actually false IDing over the course of the whole game. And I was memeing about it for a while. I think we had brought it up multiple times, like, was Nanjo false IDing people? Because how would somebody... Spoiler for Danganronpa 2. This reminds me a lot of the killings where Mikon is the culprit. I think it's chapter 3 in Danganronpa 2. Where a lot of the crime is based around the fact that because she was the one that was IDing corpses, that she could falsely identify the time of death, such in a way that she could make herself seem more innocent than she was. Because then my question would become, like, you know, if people are getting shot in the fucking head, like, how is it that we have a confusion about, oh, like, you know, what's going on? Like, oh my god, like, Ava and Hideyoshi, they have a stake in their head, and, like, they died. Oh no. But, like, when after mentioning that, like, the stake only could have been driven in, like, there's no way that it was strong enough to, like, pierce a skull, that something would have had been done first. It makes you think that, like, a gun was used, but then the question would be, like, well, did nobody ever, like, turn their head over and see, like, the back of their heads blown out? Because if you're shooting somebody in that close range with a gun, like, probably that would happen. And then the other good question is, how the fuck does nobody hear gunshots on this island? Like, it feels like guns are being used, like, much more readily, and nobody hears it. I understand that there's, like, a thunderstorm and everything going on, but are you really telling me that, like, the killer has, like, strapped somebody up, and they're waiting, and they're, like... It's like Shawshank Redemption, or Thing, where Way Out, which is heavily based on Shawshank Redemption, where they're waiting for, like, the fucking thunder and lightning to strike so that they can, like, slam the door. Like, are we really gonna say that that's what's happening? I don't know. Besides the point, let me continue. Potentially this way. Okay. Also, let me close this so then this doesn't stay up front. Upon discovery, I believe all... So that's my understanding of the first set. Shannon wasn't actually dead in the garden storehouse. We learned from episode 5 not all corpses that have been presented over the course of the game are necessarily real, meaning we could have false deaths. All victims were those present in the mansion that had not gone off into their own rooms. Shannon had an accomplice of some kind, such that she could hide inside the storehouse, potentially for the killings as well. Given that, it would be hard to kill that many people in the same room by yourself. We know there was a window through which a key could be passed, in the storehouse. Victims were placed and disfigured. Potentially this was due to how they were killed. Hard to say. We don't know necessarily the method they were killed. Shannon laid down next to the victims. The key was passed out through the window, or rather, the other possibility is that the person was with her. She just went in and they just locked it. You know, they don't necessarily have to like pass it out. It could have very well just been that like the person was there with her. You know, it doesn't. It doesn't lock from the inside. You know, so. Or locked prior to entry, and the accomplice drew a magic circle on the door to the storehouse. This could have been done prior to its locking. We can remove that point. This was done by either Shannon or Marie almost certainly. Upon discovery, I don't believe Shannon's body was inspected by anyone other than George and Hideyoshi. It's not like it was very thorough at some indeterminate point. The real question is now, though, how would Shannon get out? Because the only person that implicates is Natsui. So then I'll put here like question. Okay. Let me just say gun, because I don't think I use, I don't know where this is in the game. This is episode 4 Tea Party stuff. I'll keep going down. Oh my god, we are really high up still. Didn't realize I typed gun this much. Oh wait, go back, because I just jumped. Okay, here we are. This is the first mention of guns. So rifle was actually, I typed rifle way earlier, which was right here. Kinto owns a rifle of some kind, Natsui. So I want to know when the rifle was produced. Oh, they slept in the guest house. Okay, let's go. I just want to go back and we'll see. Maybe this is a better way to do this. So I can actually look at the people. Sorry, I've had really bad rash around my eyes recently. I don't know if I mentioned this one in the previous streams. I think I have an immune condition of some kind. But I've been having really bad eczema and like a rash flare up around my eyes currently. And, yeah, no bueno. So let's kill off the people that we presumed dead early on. So this was the first Twilight killings. Unknown, head was smashed, face smashed. Yeah, they were. So they indicate it was post-mortem. Let's go all the way back down here. Yeah, so it's hard to know if we can really trust that with Nanjo. Um, yeah, that's one thing. If it was done post-mortem, it could also have been that this was a fake corpse of Shannon. It would be much more likely that there was a fake corpse of Shannon. So these are the two possibilities that this has to be true because either produced by one of the servants, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Shannon, Genji. See, I didn't even consider early on about how the killer would have got out when I initially thought about Kraus. I didn't even think about that. Although I think I just said that his corpse was fake, which I guess these are the two possibilities, right? So I have another assumption that I would say, which is up here. Uh, okay. Sorry, dude. My eyes are like destroyed. No one discovers the golden husk clearly stated at the end of the game. The reason why I say this is that the fact that Natsui would then go into the room where the rifles are stored, which is in the room of the gold, if they were to hide that info from us, I would be like pretty question marked about that. So I would rather say here that it had to be one of these people. So I would almost guarantee it's one of this. That one of the servants produced it and gave it to her, and it just didn't really explain it too much. Yeah, I think that has to be the case. I don't think there's another way that it could not be that. Just because otherwise Natsui would have had to go to the room of the gold, and there's so much that is associated with that that I don't know how it wouldn't have been clear. Okay. The victims here were Ava and Hideyoshi. Understanding. So I actually kind of think I solved this almost instantly when we played it in the first game. Oh, dude, this makes me appreciate so much more like the writing of this game. I'm sorry. I'm just like a little bit in awe. Either produced by one of the servants, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Shannon, Genji, and given to Natsui, blah blah blah. The chain of the room was not actually locked or set at all. I don't think the. I'm just gonna do this. My theory was the chain had been broken by the killer, likely Shannon again, killed. Um, Okay. Okay, I don't really think there's anything too special about this killing. This killing seemed pretty obvious at the time. Um, I think this is technically illusion. Hmm. I'm just trying to think a little bit here about a few certain, also I should really check that my audio is not totally butchered. 1 second. Just because of how my audio, I think my audio thing of me sounding like a robot is fixed, but I really hope if I turn this on, okay, thank God, I would have fucking cried. Open this back up. So we kill these two. An ice pick having been rammed into her forehead. Da 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 da. Beautiful. Okay. Ken's body was placed in the boiler room furnace. Illusion of him going where he belongs. How I think this is actually the correct form of illusion too, because I'm not talking about yeah, where he belongs. I think this might be in somewhat correctly, but whatever. Indirect reference to hell. Because he went to where the fire in the building would have been. Da 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 da. Okay. Illusions to illusions. The witch and the stake of illusions can pierce not but illusions. Now this one is the confusing one. Who died on the fifth twilight? I believe it was Canon, right? Victim. Canon. Especially because Kumasawa was the only one. So Kumasawa... And was his body ever found? Go up to episode 1. Da 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 da. So this is the stuff about this. Weapon still lost on her forehead. Clothes with shoes on. Found dead in the shower and both killed the same way. Occult dagger. It's not a dagger. Conical engraved spearhead. Fence spike. Locked room with a chain. Easier than expected. Da 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 da. Even though the chain was cut, then refused back together the door when Genjin can, meaning whoever left the room after fusing the chain together also must have the ability to lock the door. More sus on those with access to keys. So once again, yeah, we don't necessarily know. This is where it starts to get a little bit tough, right? Because I can't necessarily say who it was. You would think that it was probably Shannon, but just want to see. When Kennen tries to attack what appears to be Beatrice in the boiler room, his attack is somehow rebuked, and in a flash, he has the same occult dagger spearhead thing stuck into his chest. Seems like, I'm assuming this is supposed to say once. The roulette has started. You may not be able to forcefully stop it via killing Beatrice. Maybe the person who started. That's sort of a nothing statement. Pass me, you fucking dumbass. The door in the boiler room was left open by a crack, seeming as if somebody fled through it. Interesting. Kenzo's body is found charred in the incinerator. No guarantee it's actually him because it's charred beyond recognition. Yeah. Genji insinuates the body was sitting there a while before it was found. See, that's also interesting, and that the boiler room is also locked as well. And as I recall, I believe the boiler room has a separate key. I don't remember though. I think the boiler room has a separate key. I don't think it was the same. Genji and Kenzo are the only two people who have keys to access the study. Can only be opened from within. Okay, this seems to imply more and more that it's Genji, but again, like, Genji would just be subservient, so there's no way to know. Like, if it was... We know that Kenzo was dead, so Shannon would have been the de facto head of the family at that point, and Genji almost certainly would have just followed Shannon to a T. So I would say it's one of Genji or Shannon that was probably responsible. Genji was the one who kept assigning Kumasawa to stick by cannon. Yes, I do remember this actually. Good job, past me. She did not elect herself to go, and now is being used against her that she was near Kanon's time of death. Yeah, we really have to solve this Canon-Shannon dilemma, huh? I don't know if the body of Canon was ever found by everybody, though. That's the thing. Like, if I go here and we go to the thing... And we go to content, and we go to playlists, and we go to Umineko. It's probably going to be, like, on this stream, I think. Grandfather disappeared all of a sudden, even though the door was sealed, remember? We talked about that during the story, too. It's not impossible the grandfather used... Yeah, right here. Notice, we have a time, not listed. Unlisted time, unlisted time, unlisted time. That means this will be important. Boy, this is a new chapter, actually. Wow, rolled over, okay. At any rate, we'll lock this room and leave everything as it is until the police... Two entrances, one that opens to the mansion, and one that opens to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, he might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Cannon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. The thing in the boiler room was the killer, and if only would easily kill 6 adults in the first murder, then Cannon would be no match if he simply confronted them alone. Of course, by this argument, Kumasawa joining him alone wouldn't mean anything, but at any rate, after delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Cannon go alone, and she dashed downstairs. Okay. Ugh. At that time, Cannon was already in the boiler room. The boiler room's characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasant, smelly, and hot place. On top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench, which made Cannon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the origin. In that case, Cannon should have been searching for where the smells come. That should Shannon die, he will take it. Dagger/spearhead thing. Ah, what incredible fortune. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. No one could have made fun of an expression such as this. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me, Kumasawa. The first one to dash in was Natsuki with rifle at the ready. Badler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they probably would have started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room, but after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Interesting. Cannon, answer me. Genji, bring Dr. Nanjo here. Natsuki realized that even though... So there was people that did find Cannon's body. That's like the only thing that I wanted to check. Okay, This one is the hardest one for me to. Sorry, I'm just thinking, which is why I'm not talking. I apologize. I'm just sitting here trying to parse in my mind if I think that this was like entirely faked. I don't think it could have been entirely faked. Um, hmm. Do Shannon and Ken have the same like eye color? They do indeed. They don't have the same hair color, but like I don't know. Maybe I can look past that. It also could just be that Canon. Again, this is another whole thing with the game. Is like I'm not sure if Shannon and Canon are proxying for like the same single individual or what. I am still a little bit befuddled on that part. That I don't know if they are proxying for one person or if they are like personas that this one person plays throughout the story. Because there are scenes where they're present together, which to me would indicate that it probably isn't. I don't know. I'm a little bit befuddled on that point, but okay. Ooh, sorry. Rather, at this point, Shannon may have been operating as Canon. Regardless, whatever is Yasu, Ken and Shannon fake another death in the boiler room for all to see. Yeah. I mean, we still have like the one big question, which we'll come back to. Maybe it'll become a little bit more clear, but I'm still struggling with the identifying whether Canon and Shannon are. I don't. I don't think Canon exists. I don't think he does. So I think in this situation, well, I called her Human Beatrice, so I'll stay consistent within my own document. Okay, this one's a little bit of a cop-out. I'm not entirely sure about this one, other than it's a fake killing. Illusions are the blind girl's song, Illusions of a Locked Room. Now notice he didn't mention that the killings were fake on this one. So in this one, the 3 people that died were Genji, Nanjo, I believe Kumasawa, right? This was 100% done by Shannon. Had to be, or Yasu. It makes sense that these were the 3 that were killed. These would have been the 3 people that were probably helping her over the course of the game. Maria was the other one. Maria had been called out. The only thing that becomes interesting there, which we'll get here, go back to here. Victims, Nanjo, Kumasawa, Genji. Understanding, Maria present at crime scene, singing while facing the wall. Okay. I'm gonna put this down here. Okay. Now let's go back up for the whole locked room thing here. And then after this, the only other person... Well, Kenzo was already dead, so we can get rid of him too. You were dead. So these were the only people that were left. And then she was shot. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I want to re-listen to that scene in particular too. Whenever the letter initially got placed, which was right about here. I understand what Kinzo was thinking when he wrote that attack. All we can say is that even if the person who created this outline was father, the one carrying it out is a different person. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Canon. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. Letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We got back to the recitation of the letter last night. Recitation of the letter last night. We read that wrong. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside the letter. She had proclaimed that in accordance with her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything that Ushio family is interest. But then she... Sure, I'll pick up the... Okay. I want to pull this back because I want to see... Punishment for not trying to find the gold. If I understand, I don't know. This whole thing like doesn't really make sense to me because completing the epitaph gets you the gold anyways, so I don't really understand that part. What meaning is there for that? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Okay, I want to close something here, so I just want to make sure I don't have anything.
What did you say?
Okay,
Just let the door.
it wasn't anything bad. I just want to make sure these are all closed.
The Western style envelope was sitting there, but so what?
Okay, sorry, I need to pull it back because it wasn't.
Trying to find the gold. If I understand, I don't know. This whole thing like doesn't really make sense to me because completing the epitaph gets you the gold anyways, so I don't really understand that part. What meaning is there for that? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. Look, another letter from Beatrice. Huh? What did you say? This gets let under the door. Maria's pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food that everyone had been eating just now still lay. The Western style envelope was sitting there, but so what? What? And now we let a hysterical cry looking between her own hand and the table. There's the envelope that she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. And despite that, there's an envelope on the table. What is this?
So it probably wasn't.
Oh my god, Maria. Where'd the envelope come from? Just now, I looked and it was lying there. I don't trust Maria, bro. I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9 person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Yo, let's hope you just drop it off. How hard would that have been to just drop it off there? What? Jesus! Natsui, chill, fucking scare me there. Get back, all of you. Back against the wall. Natsui was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. His face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments later...
I'm trying not to talk too much while past me is also talking because it's going to sound really weird.
Until just a few seconds ago, there was no letter like this on the table. Well, if you think about it, the only other person, I feel like Kumasawa has to be the highest suspect because at least the Cannon thing, like how the fuck... Who else would have been able to kill Cannon in the boiler room, right? Until just a few seconds ago, there was no letter like this on the table. Nobody had entered this room. That means someone had placed it. Dun 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 dun. Had placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. That's what I was thinking. Rather, open the envelope and read what's inside. Sure, I picked up the envelope. It was still sealed with wax. Content was following. Please again, any naive. Do not misunderstand. The study situation says to narrow down who wasn't the suspects. It's all of you. But madam, that's just too horrible. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I've been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's all of you. But madam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at that time, Jessica, George, and Battle were already in front of the portrait. So one of the servants or Maria.
Okay, so yeah, it just ends up circling back to the same point. Um. Okay. So, bonus killing, understanding. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Yeah, it's hard for me to say here on this if I think that Natsui helped, but she gets shot in the head using a gun that's not her own. This is almost certainly Yasu slash Shannon, especially since to this point we had thought there to be only one gun. However, we later found out that there was 4, I believe. Okay. So, the summary of this: Shannon Yasu is the killer, is aided by some degree, heavy suspicion on the last 2. Da 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 da. Faked her death in the first twilight, is aided by some combination of Nanjo, Kumasawa, Genji, and Maria. Heavier suspicion on the last 2, although I think all of them are responsible in aiding her to some degree. There's an outside chance that Natsui was in cohort with Shannon alongside the rest of the victims. I should say. As she can be added or removed to the prior explanation, it still fits. Explains why she was spared in the first twilight, how Shannon would have got out of the storehouse afterwards, and it wasn't a fake. If it wasn't a fake body. Only reason why I lean towards Natsuhi not being included is her shock at seeing whoever it is, stopping her from killing them, basically. Because it wouldn't really make sense for Natsui to be shocked if she was in cohort with Shannon at that point, right? So, which is why I lean more towards it having, or towards her having no involvement. Okay. On to the second game. Maybe I should put like breaks in between all the games, but I won't. Da-da-da-da. So, game 2. This might take a bit longer than I thought, but it's okay. Do-do-do-do. I apologize for like the howling wind aesthetic. You have to get used to it. Okay. So. This is a very fucking vague title. But we'll continue here. Victims. This was Kraus. Natsuhi. Rudolph. Kiri. Ava. Hideyoshi. Understanding. Do-do-do-do. God, my eyes. Sorry, I mentioned earlier because I have a rash from my eyes. I've been using like a medicated cream on them to get rid of it. I look like a raccoon right now, except if the little black spots were red. But the problem with that is that inevitably some of that cream gets into my eyes, and so my eyes are like constantly a little bit blurry. I'm also gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be like 30 seconds. One sec. Okay. Let's continue. So I want to find the red statement. Do we still have this here? We can find it in episode 4. This is much easier than me going through everything. Banquet. I want the episode 4 though. Tea party. First game, second game. Okay, here. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. No doors to auto locks. The 6 people were already dead by the time they were discovered. All their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuine victims that did not take part in a mutual murder. There was no simultaneous murder. There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder, like you say, does not work. So, reading that, and then going back down here. Especially given the statement that we made earlier, that when you read all of this, it was like a thing to Maria. If you follow this statement literally, the key passed through no one's hands. There's 2 ways that we can view this statement. Yasu committed all of it herself, which we know that she was present at the chapel. Hmm. The question is whether or not they were killed at that point. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about a way to make this work in my head. Copy this. Oh, wait. Did she... Wait, she might not have needed... I'm not sure. Do we have anything that there is only one copy? This is third game, don't care about that. Because we know that it doesn't unlock it, but I don't think there was ever any guarantee. Because the reason why it says her key makes it seem very, like, interesting to me. I hate this fucking pop-up. Can I get rid of that? I just hate it. I don't want it to pop up. I hate this shit. But there's two ways we can view this. Either one... Also, let me, we'll go back to this real quick. And now let's go to episode 2. I believe it was actually the start of this, because I don't think I actually got to any of the killings. It would have been right here. It was the very last part prior to
Begins or ends. It's probably until one of the sides gives up, which would either be the people in the loop.
Oh, this was before my pop filter. Man, I'm popping the fuck out of the mic, blowing it out.
That is reality, isn't it? Natsuhi. I have no objections. Natsuhi and I accept. I can't believe it. I don't want to, but that is reality, isn't it? Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She's the family's most honored guest.
Most honored guest, okay.
Ooh. We accept it too. There's nothing more to say. Yes, I accept it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe that you really... I have to honestly respect you. Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you, so I have to accept it. I accept it too. Still can't believe it, but what can you do? You've proven devils.
You've proven devils.
Devil's proof was a convenient excuse that you like.
Devil's proof was a convenient excuse that you liked using to show that something was impossible to prove, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not?
Or that you liked using to show that something was impossible to prove, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, Grey Witch. I've already accepted you. I resign. Kiri, do you still have any objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not accept my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started to panic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kiri lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kiri had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, she had only been able to resist acknowledging the truth for a short time. The reality, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven. I also accept it. You are Beatrice. You assure me a family alchemist, and a user of great magic. I must accept the fact that you are a witch.
Okay, so the acceptance wasn't of anything in particular. So the comp to magic part, not really so much, but we'll just delete this. Following the red statement in episode 4 Tea Party, from the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key passed through no one's hands. We can infer one of two things. One, Yasu has a copy of the chapel key, thus didn't need to... No, because they entered through the front door. We know they entered through the front door. There was a statement in episode 2. I don't need any other statements, I don't think, for the time being, but there was 100% a statement. I want to make sure that I read it. That's Turn of the Golden Witch. So this is right here. Oh, why did that? I did not do that. 6 definitely entered through the door. Only one key to the chapel exists. So... And we can delete both of these. Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Like, the problem is I guess I don't understand the logistics of this mystery. Because the fact that it says it's impossible to unlock the lock, blah, 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 blah. When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Although, to be fair, this is like a dumb, vacuous statement. This doesn't really say anything. Obviously, if a door is locked, but this could be believed to say that, oh, it blocks like all entries of like any kind. I don't necessarily buy that, but saying that the 6 entered through this front door. See, this is the only thing that I wonder. Like the reading of this statement, the pass through no one's hands, is a bit odd to me. The reason why I say that is because saying it passed through nobody's hands, there's like 2 ways that I can view that statement, which is that it didn't pass through anybody else other than Maria. Like Maria was the only one that had it, or that it was because it's a very interesting. Because should have said the envelope was never opened, right? I don't think. Is there any Why is my I can oh, is this website? Are we hello? Are you okay? This browser is dying, dude. Holy shit. I don't know. I gotta be careful just doing hard searches like that. Mm-hmm. It's interesting that Natsui uses the red here, right? Because isn't the whole thing that the red truth is like the thing of witches? I don't think there's never, 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 never. Requiem. I'm not gonna go any lower just because I'm afraid of it. But it doesn't seem like there was anything. What about only? Ooh, God, there's a lot more onlys. Only one key to the chapel, we know that. Only, only, only. Only, only, only. This is just about master keys. Okay. Why is that? Hmm. We have these statements in the first game too that I should also... Cannon did not die in an accident. Sure, that doesn't... It's sort of irrelevant. These aren't killers. Yeah, we never thought they were. I think they shot Natsui. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't really disprove anything that we said. And all the master keys were in Rosa's possession at a certain point. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if we can necessarily say that Yasu killed Rosa. Or, sorry. That's not what I meant to say. I don't know if we can necessarily say that Yasu killed all the siblings. Rosa could have also done it, because nothing of these excludes Rosa from being the culprit. Hmm. Okay. I'm sorry for the long pauses of not talking. It's just like I have to think while I'm typing this stuff, and I feel bad to not do that. It's also worse that you can't hear my keyboard because of how my noise gate's set up. So then it also, you don't hear anything. Look, I'll move it back. I can't do that because then I'll be quiet. But whatever. I'm here, okay? I apologize. Okay. Okay. Illusions to illusions. Illusions who have fulfilled their role do not leave a corpse. Victim. So. At what point did Rosa get in possession of the master keys is the other question. Because this is the whole Jessica and Cannon thing here when they're dead at this point. This is when the red statement is first introduced. Let me check the transcript here. Also, after the stream is over, I'm going to go through the remainder of the VODs that I haven't done it for yet, and we're going to, I'll do the, what do you call it? The sub-chapters. I did that for a bunch of, I think up to episode 4, but I haven't done it since, just because it's been busy, but... Oh my god, Master Key said so many times.
Servants and spat out at them demandingly. Master Key opens this, right? Oh.
Okay.
How many master keys are there? Do all the servants have one? Are there extras? Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder. Used to be several, Madam strongly scolded us. This was careless. I believe they've been dealt with. Okay, so this is the thing. Every servant has a master key, which we know already. And there are an unknown amount of extra master keys. Unlock the door. That person was holding a master key. And there are only 5 people who were holding master keys. Oh my. It wasn't me, not me. Gracious, no, I couldn't do something like that. Who was how you got up late? After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we didn't meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. You watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica and Cannon when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Are you saying that I visited
So this is when Rosa does the whole explanation for, like, the master keys and master keys.
to her defenseless back, and that person had a master key. That only points to one person. It was impossible for anyone except Cannon. But please, wait, Cannon definitely wouldn't do something like... Oh, then is there someone else? Is Goder Kumasao suspicious after all? Which of the two do you think is more suspicious, Shannon? Oh, come on, sorry, I'm blanket dating again.
And it's interesting that Rosa would then say canon at this point, because if Rosa was in the fold at this point, this could be all like a farce. They could be doing this as a setup on purpose to blame this onto canon. Again, I still don't know if canon necessarily exists. This is a whole dilemma I have in my mind that I'm not sure if canon really exists or, you know, if it's a swap or, you know, of some... I truly don't know.
Door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with just a single key or the master keys. Okay.
Okay, the problem is I just want to know when Rosa takes the keys.
Last lock of the master key. I mean, that kind of only gives it, but it had to have been just a single key that locked it.
I think this is when I make an error.
It's hard to write something you use when you want to stop my strange theories. Turn the tables on me. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you're declining because it's impossible to repeat, or whether you can repeat the last lock of the master key. It was just locked a while and thing.
Okay.
And depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. Holding a master key is extremely simple. holding a master key was the culprit, this locker room could be easily broken. Or since the number of keys that could open the door are limited, and furthermore it's clearly known who holds them, saying that would mean that I was suspecting somebody I knew well. I just went averting my eyes. In that locker room trick with the chapel, which had been exhilarating to destroy, I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory was right, then the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag. Is he gonna say who could have stolen the key from one of the people? Maria's handbag had probably been at its most unguarded when she was sleeping. In that case, in addition to me, George and Jessica are also suspects. George and Jessica was the culprit, or maybe an accomplice. Magic, but of course, I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you have to deny that I'm a suspect, you realize? And what that entails is suspecting one of you 18. The other thing that I wonder is I don't know why.
So I think the whole thing is this is the point where Battler still is refusing to.
Be like, did you use magic to open this?
So.
Except you, ever. In that case, they would have to enter the room without using magic or a master key. Kill Jessica and Cannon, even erase Cannon's corpse. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants. One key each. No hidden doors, doors the only way in or out. The lock the doors with her single key or the master keys. Only one.
Okay, I just want to see the point where we I want like a reasoning given here.
Maybe our mystery guest Beatrice worked all night and did it all. In the incident with the master keys involving the door to Jessica's room, isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved? Only a master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room. In that case, we can only suppose that one of the servants locked it. No, wait. Flip over the chessboard. That's strange, Auntie Rosa. After killing Jessica, why did the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? Because locking the door would automatically place suspicion on the people. It was inevitable that the owners of the master keys were going to be suspected if they did that. There was no need to deliberately lock the door. Unless you were trying to place suspicion on them. It's just as Battler says. They have no reason to deliberately go and do something that makes themselves suspicious. Yes, that's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. If that's so, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants and locked that door without a master key. But that's impossible, right?
This also could be like.
I still need to find out what's in Rosa's envelope, bro. It's just like it's an unknown.
I'm still pissed off about it, man.
There's no way to lock the door without using a master key. Isn't that devil's proof like Rudolph was talking about? Maybe it was locked by a method we can't think of. Even if we can't think of it, that doesn't disprove it. Lock the doors with her single key with master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. I don't know where that may be hidden, but if we assume that there was a hidden passage, we can say for certain that it was impossible for anyone except him. You know that line of even if the culprit was Cannon, shouldn't be holding a master key anymore. That's wrong. Cannon is not the culprit. Shannon. No. Cannon could have gotten the master key. After all, his master key was found in the pocket of Jessica's body. And who took that key? That's right. A lot like him. No. Cannon could have gotten the master key. After all, his master key was found in the
His master key was found in the pocket of Jessica's body.
And who took that key? That's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely had been Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Auntie Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If you assume that there had been two culprits, it could be easily explained. The first person was Cannon, or maybe an imposter that looked like him. He finished off
Funny that they say that.
Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. She had hidden under the bed in the server room beforehand, and with Dr. Nanjo's body still enshrined here, she had waited for Genji and the rest to leave. Then after that, she'd crawled out, taking the master key from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two bodies away for some reason. If she had then locked the door with there were two master keys. The master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Cannon's, and Kumasawa's master key. Okay, in the note, we had Cannon and Kumasawa's master keys left behind. Okay, what the hell? So what does that mean? Damn you again. You're saying I can only suspect the servant holding keys again? I haven't said it in red, you know. I haven't denied the possibility that the time they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room. If they were hiding under master key, have those convenient master keys. I can accept they were all still showing in the key box, and nothing has changed in the other condition.
Okay.
They abducted Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, killed them in another place, and locked the room with their own master keys. Unless the locked room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. It can only happen when they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are reunited with Auntie Rosa. That's messed up. Innocent if they die, guilty as long. We return the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushirimiya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa, please lock the parlor from the inside.
So she gets the keys relatively late. Sorry, this is a very long tangent just to...
Myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You're all happy too, right? Now you don't have to be suspected anymore. Ooh, that laugh.
I want to go here.
When they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are reunited with Auntie Rosa. That's messed up. Innocent if they die, guilty as long as they live. Almost like a witch's trial. Oh right, the enemy's a witch, so that makes it okay. Okay, so we're... Rosa, we are furniture working for the Ushirimiya family. Whether we are trusted by you or not, that is not our concern. No matter what assessment you give us, we will only continue to serve until our final hour. You really are a model servant. I truly understand why Father trusts you. It is truly heartburning that I must suspect even you. Genji stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key, and he set it on an adjacent table. I believe that I hold this as a proof of trust. If that has been lost, I think it is only natural that I return it. Because she still actually does trust him. That's good judgment. Those master keys are the greatest basis upon which you've been suspected several times today. Relinquishing them in order to clear away that suspicion may only be a first step, but, well, I think it isn't a bad start. You two. Genji looked at Goda and Shannon. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys onto the table. Auntie Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master...
Okay. So... Mm-mm-mm. I don't know. I don't feel too confident in episode 2, to be honest with you. I really don't feel that confident in this. Okay. The point being here that sorry, I was typing that we know there's 5 master keys, but if we know that Shannon and Cannon are really one person, that means that we have a duplicate set of master keys in this game. We have 5 master keys for 4 people, even before all that mumbo jumbo. There is a possibility that Yasu, in that letter, that it wasn't actually like the ring and everything, because that's a little bit off. It's more possible that Yasu gave Rosa a master key in that envelope that she got. That Rosa. Do we get any red statements? Close this now. Do we get any red statements about who were the killers? The victims for this. Hmm. No, wait, that's not right. This order is wrong. Oh my god, this fucking browser, bro. I don't know what it is about LibreWolf. I have to like stop using it. I don't know. It is so fucking like it hitches like crazy. It makes me sad because I like it a lot, but like I legit don't know what's going on with it or why it does this. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna end that task. I don't know why this is. I'm gonna hide this just in case it starts popping up. it was literally using like 30% of my CPU and like 100% of my memory. So I will just reopen this in Chrome, I suppose. I like LibreWolf, but oh my god, is it like a fucking pain in the ass sometimes. You know, let me just use it on, I'll just use Neighborwell for the rest of this for the time being. Oh wait, no, I don't have uBlock on that. 1 second, sorry, I'm being slow. I'll use Chrome. Oh, this is so annoying, I'm sorry. This is a random, I don't know what LibreWolf does. I'll see if I can fix that without having to... Okay. Let me quickly change this to dark mode so that it's not like fucking blinding to everybody. Do that. Let's go to the Red Truth page on here. Now, we're back. Okay. So now... Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. The problem is I don't really remember the exact order, but... I'm just trying to see like who is alive at this point. Because like they're kind of alive here. And then they die here like right towards the end. Okay. So no, they die afterwards. Interesting. I want to see the, where's Chrome? Nope, that is the answer arcs. Because now I want to see... here. What does the final screen show? Okay, this is prior to that. This also looks like it's going to be... oh no, here we go. These were the second. Why are these listed as 7 and 8? I'm so confused. Is this being shown like asynchronously? Like, how is it that these people could die? Be discovered, right? But then the order, how did I not notice that? The order is backwards.
Can see each other soon, always together. Can see each other in the Golden Land, and then we'll play together. She bought that as a birthday present. Lava looked just like a group of fireflies. It was like letting both of you get eaten alive by goat men. I think I'd probably. Everyone sees bullets from reaching from me, step forward. When seagulls cried, no one left alive. Damn, so Maria is really fucking even more stupid than I thought she was.
Oh, I am really confused on episode 2. Holy shit. How the fuck did I not catch that being backwards? Wow, I'm so confused. Sorry, I'm... Like, am I just misremembering episode 2? I'm not. But why did I think that... I mean, like, obviously they die after. They die here.
Part again. So, Cannon, play with your sister. If she knocks you about, show her face with as much anguish as you can manage. Anguish as you can manage. Shining invisible wall back. This is a surprise. Even though you made a face like you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power. I see, so the spirit mirror is lending you power. But you don't have the preparations or the time to draw out the true power of that spirit mirror. I wouldn't give you either one. Spirit mirror George Grip was letting out a divine radiance and displaying its strength not to submit to wicked power. But that radiance was no match for the witch's sinister nature. Sinister nature, Jesus, I'm tired. This is why furniture is frightening. That feeling, like unexpectedly hitting the corner of a cabinet.
Yeah, because the part that I'm really confused about here, I have like a dilemma in my mind about episode 2, is that the only way this follows... How the fuck did I not notice that? How did I not notice that the first time around? That the Twilights were out of order? How the fuck? I'm so confused. It's just weird to say that it's hard to say they might have been the second Twilight. Man, that is so confusing. How did I not notice that? There has to be some significance to that, right? And then the other question is, like, did anybody find Nanjo and Kumasawa's bodies? Oh my god, this is so... I'm so destroyed mentally right now. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Why are the twilights switched? Oh my god, how did I never put that together? There has to be some significance to them being backwards. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, but these two died before these three. How the fuck did I not put... Hilariousness that you are incompetent is in red. Real. I'm gonna order these differently in the theory because, like, for whatever reason, these are backwards. These two died before these. I shouldn't say the game's part because the game would be doing it intentionally. Hmm. Okay. Because the only way that I'm thinking is that Shannon actually is dead in this room with George. And at the end of the game is the explosion. That the island blows up at the end. Holy fuck, this game, I can't believe how confusing. I can't believe I thought episode 2 was, like, not that... I mean, episode 2 is probably, like, even beforehand, was, like, the second most confusing behind episode 4. But now I'm even more confused overall. Man, that's a real tough one. How was Goda made to be quiet? I believe in that scene, Genji is shown to use blades as well, right? I don't remember where it is they get killed. Here?
Let's play the game start name. Had some medicine taken effect at the brink of death, or had Ken finally stopped even feeling pain? For the time being, Ken had at least gotten over his painful gasping. Nanjo apparently didn't think of this as that great of a trend, and didn't let his eyes off Cannon for a second. Kumasawa firmly gripped Cannon's hand and kept encouraging him so that his will to stay alive didn't number. Loading cartridges into that gun should require quite a lot of practice. We might unfortunately allow her to get one shot off, but I believe Rose's gun had 4 or 5 shots loaded. That is no small number. Loading cartridges into that gun should require quite a lot of practice. We might unfortunately allow her to get one shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. We should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. On this island, we may have a doctor, but there's no medicine and no hospital. If you're shot in the wrong place, you're dead. I understand that, but more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there's also the possibility that another crime will occur. The thing I'm wondering is, the George before tomorrow comes, we can't even imagine what strategy she will use. There aren't enough to kill us all. Kill all of us. We don't carelessly provoke her. Surely even Rosa wouldn't recklessly bang. No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us. Cannon, who thought had been sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly, almost like he had been awake the whole time, and it suddenly opened his mouth. He looked firm and steady, and Nando was slightly relieved, but thinking of the deepness of that wound, he was a certain creepy feeling. I don't know if this is Cannon. The wound had certainly reached the name Rosa had created this wound, and was repeating curses and enraged words. No, on the other hand, the fact that he's alive is fortunate. But Cannon had spoken clearly. He had hatefully said the one named Rosa had created this wound, and was repeating curses and enraged words. Oh, they're showing him now, though. Whoa. Rosa would do something, like, she told me that clearly. Damn, what
Oh, that's so weird. Fuck, why is this episode so confusing?
person? Genji, what should we do? Do we also not need some kind of weapons? I can't believe it so suddenly. That Rosa would do something, like... Genji, it isn't a question of whether you believe it or not. She told me. I heard it. Why? Won't you believe me? Notice how the text is now in the witch text? He's possessed or something. So don't get up. You're worse than your wound. Cannon sat up on the bed and spoke to Genji, who was making no effort to believe Cannon's story. He will definitely kill all of us. She surely killed all the people in the parlor by now. If we don't kill her first, it will absolutely be us who are killed first. Just like how I was killed first. Everyone else will also be killed first. Kill or be killed. Kill or be killed. Kill or be killed. Hey, Cannon, you... Is it really
No, obviously that wasn't. That didn't end up being the
It's a serious
case. Rosa didn't kill those
What do you
people.
mean not a serious wound? It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. It really isn't a serious wound. Ken said that being untie his own bandages, which had been painstakingly wrapped. It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. It
I know I'm on 2 times speed, but if I slow that down, did I?
really isn't a serious wound. Ken said that being untie his
I just mush mouthed that I read it too quick. Because I was gonna say on 2 times speed, it didn't even sound like I said that.
own bandages, which had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed. Hey, Cannon, you mustn't do something like that. Quickly, lie down. I said it's fine. Look, see? It's not a serious wound, right? Cannon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Oh, look. Are these like the new lyrics to the sexy red and make... Cannon, stop it. Dang it. See? Even after she saw Cannon stand with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nay-san, where did you go? I'm on the verge of death here. Where'd you go? Well, I went to the boiler room, looking for something. More importantly, I want to check. Are you really Cannon? Huh? It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Cannon, so they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like she had wiped up some trash or dust. If you're Cannon, you should be alright. But spiders are your natural enemy. I thought you might hate it. Ooh, haha. Oh no, why would I hate spiders? Sorry, I'll try it. Shannon. When Shannon brought the handkerchief close to Cannon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Cannon jumped back like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. And his arm drew trails of some kind of afterglow that flashed purple. There were 3 beautiful purple trails drawn in an arc, and where they traced across. And they were traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And Nanjo and Kumasawa's throats had opened like gaping mouths, and it was the very instant before the blood was about to start spewing out. The 3rd purple trail should have traced around Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there. Because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant.
This is all bullshit. We don't really care about this story in this
The
point.
frozen moment in time shattered. Okay. Blood spewed forcefully from Nanjo and Kumasawa's necks, which had been torn open. Still mid-jump, Cannon wall kicked off a picture of him that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat, aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Cannon's target once again disappeared from in front of him, because Genji pulled Shannon again, and the 2 of them fallen onto the ground, keeping flat on the floor. Nice reflexes, you senile old piece of furniture. Goda. Whoa. Goda wasn't an idiot either. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this Cannon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. He sprung at Cannon with his huge body, pushing him up against the wall with his weight and physical strength. Let me go, you fat ass. The tips of the fingers on Cannon's right hand began to trace out another purple trail. When he raised that blade hand up, aiming to strike at Goda's back, there was a loud thump, because Cannon's raised blade hand had been pinned to the wall. He couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Ooh. Under normal circumstances, it should have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully. But in his abnormal space, no one paid much mind. Genji, here. Yes.
See, it's weird because Genji uses a knife in this scene, right? And we know that the throats of them, like regardless of what happened in the scene, by a sharp blade or something similar. It seems to imply it's Genji. I just don't understand how Goda kept quiet. That's the only thing I'm really confused about. Because then the only other thing that I'm thinking is that if we were There's only one other possibility to me, I think. And I don't know how you could reconcile it. It doesn't even really make sense to me, is that the order of the killings is actually proper in how it's told at the end of the game. But that... Holy fuck, this is so hard, actually. Like, my current thinking in my mind is that these three were actually dead. Because to me, the only thing that doesn't make sense about it is, like, why Goda would keep quiet. It doesn't make sense to me. And at this point, afterwards, we know that Rosa was in possession of the servant's keys. She gets them at this point. Dude, something tells me that Chapter 2 is told asynchronous. I don't know why I'm thinking this now. Or I should say, like, not chronologically. Like, I think something is asynchronous. Didn't really make sense there. Because, like, I think they have to be dead by this point. I just don't buy... I actually kind of want to believe that the game is correct. If Shannon dies at this point, do you think that Rosa then took over and killed? Oh my god, this is such a confusing episode. Sorry, I don't want to get too bogged down on this too hard. I might move on to episode 3 and come back, because this is actually crazy. And what would be the point of the canon making a statement about how Rosa said she was going to massacre everybody, right? Doesn't that seem like... I don't know, doesn't that seem a little... on the nose? Wow, this episode's confusing. Sorry, I'm like really... I'm trying to keep talking, but I'm so confused now in hindsight. The only problem is I just don't know how the story could make sense. Like, I don't know how you fit all the puzzle pieces together if this last part is swapped. Like, up to this point, it doesn't really matter, but there's a part that gets a little bit confusing here with them dying, is that if you imagine this scene, it could have just been, like, because if we imagine that everybody from that other Twilight was dead at this point, and we're being lied to about the entire scene, that would mean that it's Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo in here. Then the question would be, why did Genji kill them? But I think that's like the only thing that makes sense. I just don't see a possibility of how you can have it the other way around, which leads me to believe that what was told here is actually the truth, that these died first. I can't believe I didn't fucking realize, like, did I realize this in the past? I'm just forgetting? This feels like a revelation to me. I think this could actually be the truth. Because if you follow this statement... I'm actually going to re-swap these here. Because if you follow this statement, Earth to Earth, no one would dispute that a coffin is a locked room. The only part that starts to get, like, fucked with this explanation... Let me close all this garbage now, too. The only thing that gets fucked about this statement is that we know Rosa came into possession of all the master keys. That would mean that this scene happens after these two. But they're already talking about master keys at this point in this scene. That's like the only thing that's still rubbing me the weird way. Because my only thinking is, like, what if... Let's say that Shannon was actually the thing, and Rosa was the one that killed these three, right? Rosa kills these three in this room. Let's say that she's trying to, like, take over the game. Maybe Shannon has given, like, orders to Genji or to these other two to, like, rig the explosive to be set and to carry out the rest of the killings should she die. Because I can almost see an angle where after this, right, Rosa realizes, like, the problem, right? She realizes what's going on, and then maybe the thing that's said by, like, the ghost canon is actually true. That Rosa is going to massacre all of them. And that's when it comes down to Genji. The only question then would be, like, why did Genji kill these two? Now I need to go and look at the red statements, though. Regarding the servants' room. The problem is that at this point it says Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, go to Shannon. I think this still holds if we follow... Let's read these red statements. Do any of these statements... Do any of them disprove a possibility of things being swapped? Interact, it's impossible. Da-da-da-da. Because then at this point you could say that Rosa was holding all 5 master keys. That's the only thing that then becomes confusing about this, because how is there entry or exit into this room without that? I guess you could say it was a servant room key. It's in the servant's room, so the question would be, like, how they were let in. Possibly it was already unlocked. The other thing too is when no one else exists in this room except for your group. The only possibility I can think here is that your group refers to a group of people that may already have been dead. Or, because there's 2 possibilities. Either this is like a catch-all term, because if we follow the thing of the Twilights, right, it means that the Nanjo and Kumasawa killings happened basically at the end of the game. Because George, Shannon, and Goda were dead already. Because then, the only reason why I'm reasoning it this way is because how on earth would Goda have kept quiet? Well, the only possibility is that Goda didn't exist because he was already dead at that point. I don't really care about this statement. The window was locked, so it was somebody inside. Because, like, so there's 2 possibilities in my mind. I'm sorry that I'm getting so hung up on this, but I did not realize how deep this ran. But the doors and windows were locked from the inside. There was no frauds. The doors and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage nor place in which to hide. Natsui's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. Let me say this, the parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. The problem is I don't think it's told asynchronously. I feel like it doesn't make sense, but then, like, I don't know, dude. I might have to throw in the towel on episode 2. I actually don't know. Because to me, the only possibility is that there's only 5 master keys. Rosa's in possession of all of them. If Rosa is in possession of all of them, that means that this murder happens after the point, right? It happens way after. Because the way that I'm viewing this, if we view it this way, is that the Goda, Shannon, and George murder actually happened first, which means that this red statement actually applies to a different thing. The only thing here is when it says the door and the windows were locked from the inside would make it sound like one of them committed suicide. Because how would... Oh my god, this is such a hard episode. What the fuck? Is this the one that says extreme difficulty? Let me see. The difficulty level is first rate. Yeah, bro, this is hard as fuck. So sorry, let me try and lay out my thinking right now about why I'm confused. Also, I'm gonna play some music here while I think, because holy fuck, if I have to hear the wind howling for like another minute, I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out. Please, thank you. Some quiet. The problem I'm having right now is I'm trying to interpret the order of the killings to see how everything makes sense, because in both cases I have like a little bit of a catch-22 that's kind of fucking me, and it's making me like not know which way to go, basically. On one hand, I have that the murders happened exactly as it was described in the story. This tends to make more sense, but it presents a problem of why Goda, in particular, did not say anything about those two people being killed. He was in the room, and if we follow the first timeline, it meant that Shannon was alive in this scenario. That implicates Genji or Shannon in the killing. Regardless of which of the two it was, it doesn't honestly particularly matter as far as my analysis goes. The problem that arises in this scenario is that there was a killing in which Goda was in the room for, that one of those two was responsible for, which Goda did not report in any form or fashion. That's really odd to me. Then we get to the other problem that appears, that the Twilights become out of order. We have never had another time where the Twilights show up out of order. That's really, 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 really odd that the Twilights would show up out of order at the end of the game. Now, if we view it as though the order was actually flipped, it makes a little bit more sense, because then we can sit there and we can say, okay, the reason why Goda didn't say anything is because Goda wasn't alive at the time. It was magic. It was a false interpretation. We couldn't trust the narrator for what we were being shown. In reality, it was just Genji and those two, and Genji killed those two. Then the better question becomes, okay, well, it becomes a little bit confusing. One, because then following that statement, if we go here, it talks about the servant room, and it says, no one exists in this room except for your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon, right? The no one exists thing is really weird here too. Because there's two statements, this whole section of statements here is really difficult to parse. So I'll explain the reasoning why I'm a little bit confused here. Is that when you say this, like, no one exists in this room except your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon, okay? This is the group that's listed. So if I follow the initial statement, this means that a bunch of this group is already dead. George is dead, Goda and Shannon are dead, right? If we follow the initial thing, and if we believe Will's statement of saying earth to earth, meaning that nothing is faked, right? So if we follow that, that would mean that, okay, your group refers to this. Sure, no one exists in this room except for your group, but this would be the exact same thing as like the episode 5 statement where it was like, an alive Kinzo couldn't exist anywhere except for Natsui's room. It's like, okay, but we know an alive Kinzo, you know. We know an alive Kinzo didn't exist. So the statement was pointless. The only thing that's weird about this is when it says except for your group refers to these. This doesn't necessitate that all of these people are inside that room. It doesn't say like, this is the current people. It does for this murder, but this doesn't mean anything to us. When it says the corpse was discovered, only this blah blah blah, who cares, we're in the room. That doesn't change anything to us. Because the other thing that's weird is then the second statement goes, Jessica's also included. But the weird thing here is that in the servants' room, they didn't include Nanjo and Kumasawa in the count when they're talking about what was going on. Therefore, both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that which you were not aware of. No humans exist that you were not aware of. No one is hiding. The only thing here is that it says no humans exist, right? Well, does humans mean like, does that also include corpses? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that also includes corpses. If it also includes corpses, then we have to get to the weird thing that, like, is it possible that in that last example that they weren't even dead? Like, is it possible that Nanjo and Kumasawa weren't even dead? Because it's interesting that it says Earth to Earth, illusions to illusions, no illusion can create a corpse. It seems when it says Earth to Earth, those people did die. Illusions to illusions, meaning that Canon wasn't the one that killed them. Which is sort of like no shit. But the fact that this says Earth to Earth, no one would dispute, like, this would mean that Shannon actually did die here. So then how could she be present? I think the asynchronous thing is true, it's making problems that I don't know the answers to. The asynchronous thing fixes two problems. It fixes the weird discrepancy with Goda, and it also explains why the Twilights are listed in the proper order. Because in reality, these people were killed first, and it explains why Goda wouldn't say anything because he wasn't actually present in the room. The only thing that becomes confusing about that is I then don't know how to make all those statements fit with, like, these red statements. I can understand with this statement where it says your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. Okay, I follow from there. When Jessica's corpse was discovered, we don't really, again, this is, who cares about that? This is the second part. Therefore, both in the case involving Jessica's room and the one involving the servant room, no humans exist that you are not aware of. No one is hiding. This is it regarding Jessica's room. But the no humans exist part is weird. And it's also interesting that the word choice here, that it's no one exists here, and then only these people were in the room. There's a big discrepancy in the verb choice, because you would think that would remain consistent. You would say, these people are in the room, or these were the only people that existed in this room. The problem is, they can't say existed because of canon. And then the other problem with this is that you have this red statement. Natsue's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no fraud or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide. Natsue's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. The only thing about this is that if this is being presented to us at a false time, this statement isn't necessarily true. This statement is true towards the end of the game after the master keys are collected, which happens after the servant room murder. But if the servant room murder is prior, this doesn't mean anything. But then there's like a really weird thing that's happening, because isn't there like the whole sequence here where she's getting the keys back? And they're all present here.
My notes, I said this before that I think that Maria actually might be a witch, ironically.
Because they're all present here. Holy fuck, I am so fucking confused.
I'm leaving Battler in your care. Alright, Shannon, let's go. So I'm gonna extend my mic around here so I can get more in front of my face.
Ooh, that is a weird statement to say, though.
Yes, I will decide by myself. Who else am I the night with? Aniki. Battler, stay with Auntie Rose in the parlor. I'm sure that's the safest. Compared to that, I think being outside the parlor isn't safe, so I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not that I suspect Shannon and the other servants. No, anyone at all. I don't want to suspect it. Yes, the safest. But I won't force you to stay.
God, this is so fucking confusing. I don't know. I actually have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue. I actually have no clue, guys. I don't want to, like, fuck around. Like, I don't know how to parse this. This is a really, really hard mystery here. I can't believe that I didn't notice. Did I like... Where is the credit roll? Here.
Damn you, talking so tactile. The rest of the story that needs not be told at the top of the kingdom resigning, all that remains is to reflect upon one's willingness to set the pieces up once more. Second game turned the Golden Witch result. That means she won pretty bad, it seems. Okay. Okay, no discrepancies in any of those. Asmodeus, Satan we already knew. So Asmodeus is lust, Satan is wrath. Stake of Mammon, stake of Beelzebub, stake of Lucifer.
Oh my god, I was so...
We're gonna check to see if it's the same ones.
I was so locked in on the stakes. I didn't notice.
Golden Land. Missing on the 10th except for the witch prostrated.
I actually didn't notice. I made no note of that. How did I let that slip? That's so embarrassing. Okay, let's read some of the other statements about episode 2. Regarding the 4th to 6th keys, or the 4th to 6th Twilights of the second game, all of the Master Keys were under Rose's control. Does that not mean that you are once again confirming that the problem is we just have this discrepancy that I don't know how to make it fit. Okay. Yeah, these are useless. They don't help me at all. Wow, I really don't know. I really, truly don't know, guys. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'm so confused. I'm gonna take an Advil too. I have a fucking headache. Maybe it's because this thing has put my brain in knots. Man, that is so crazy. I am so confused. I'll be right back. 1 second. Fuck. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I legit... I'm gonna write this down because my brain's starting to hurt a little bit trying to think about this. I don't want to waste too much time because I'm not trying to be up here for like literally 8 hours trying to solve this. Especially because I think episode 4 is gonna take its own fair share of fucking time as well. So, we have a whole thing here that we need to figure out about episode 2. Let's put this here. Um. Najo, because I didn't say his name right. Nanjo. No, actually, that doesn't really hold true. And then if we take it that the events are possibly flipped with the 3 murders occurring prior, it solves this issue but starts to raise discrepancies about who was present in the servant room at the time of the body's discoveries. Hmm. The other thing I want to see real quick. I'm actually going to look on this page. So, stake of Asmodeus, stake of Satan. I want to see if the stakes of the Twilights are always the same. Because this is another important thing. Because if that becomes true, then I might change my theory here. No. Asmodeus was here. I think the last time we get one of these is at the end of episode 3. I don't think there's one for... I don't remember there being one for, thing. Yes, you notice how this one too, it also switches from telling you about which stakes. I don't know if there was anything for episode 4. I'll open up episode 4, but I kind of don't remember there being one for episode 4. Yeah, I mean, it's not there. I don't remember there being one past the first 3 games. So it's only really the first 2 that give us this info. If we go back to this... Man, I don't know. Neither of these feel. Neither of these feel satisfactory. If I have to if I have to make the reasoning fit. Dude, I legit don't know. Guys, I might have to throw in the towel on game 2. Let's isolate this incident first and let's look at it. And then we'll see if there's anything that we can glean after we do this. So if they were locked from the inside. Because, like, the way that this reads is it indicates, or it implicates that, like, Shannon would have done it. The only problem is that when we come across Shannon's body, she had a stake in her forehead. Now, normally I would say, oh, fake corpse, right? Problem is, he says earth to earth on this. Which seems to implicate that she did actually die. Normally I would say that Shannon faked her death here, but given Will's earth to earth, I hesitate to think that. Then the question becomes how the room was locked. The only way possible, I think, in this one is that somebody was hiding in the room. Oh, but it says no places in which to hide. So that doesn't really work either. I was going to say that the only possibility was that somebody hide and rejoin the group. Holy shit, I don't know. I might just have to skip this. I don't want the stream to be like 12 hours of me sitting here like, I don't know. And I'm just gonna sit here like, I don't know. Because I legit don't know. I have no clue. I have no understanding of this. Because if we follow that the 7th and 8th happened first in this. Why does it say Rosa in quotations here? Does it actually say that in the episode?
Laid out before us, not betraying our expectations in the slight, the room, the methodical ran right into the center of this chat. Almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire. Exactly how far would it have reached after being struck? Her expression looked just... Your body slid. Are you gonna show all of them dead already? It does, okay.
And the thing with Battler being present, like, do we really think that...
Along the wall farthest into the room, George was put his face down on the front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. In its horribly broken mirror, sprayed with blood, could she see her final worldly expression? Because she was face down. I couldn't see her face, but I could imagine even without seeing it. Nearby in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the fourth twilight was left, gouged the head and kill. Maybe my heart was completely tired out and dead. Nearby in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the fourth twilight was left, gouged the head and kill.
Because this is the only game where the Twilights happen out of order. We know that the Twilights don't necessarily reference anything with the killings. We know that. But we know that the killer had made it seem that way. So I had mentioned earlier that I think the killer... I had mentioned this a while ago. That I think that it served a double meaning. That not only were the murders being used to, like... Not only were the murders being used to send a message... but also that people were potentially using the epitaph to pass off their killings. That they were following killings according to the epitaph, even if they weren't the ones, because it could obscure things about the deaths. The big thing about this is if the 7th and 8th happen first, we know that the Twilights don't necessarily have... Like, there's no reason why somebody couldn't just murder everybody to begin with. But it's very weird to me how nobody makes notice about why the 4th, 5th, and 6th are happening at the end of the game. The only possibility is that these two were not actually killed, maybe? Was this whole scene a fake? Well, no, because they found the bomb. I'm so fucking confused. I don't get it. I actually don't get this, dude. Holy shit, this is like the hardest mystery I've ever fucking seen. I don't know if I've like Ouroboros myself, and I've come and I'm like eating my own fucking tail at this point, and now I'm just like looping, and I don't know if I've made a misunderstanding somewhere, and because of that, I have looped so fucking hard that I actually don't even know what's going on. Or if it is actually this fucking confusing and I'm just having a hard time putting it together. Like, it's one of the two. It's just weird. Like, why would there be one time in the game where they just switch? Like, I feel like that's not... It could be more so that this chapter was to prove, or these chapters at the end here were to prove that the Twilights don't necessarily have to follow. Like, it doesn't always have to be that way, you know? But... But I just don't... I don't know. I really don't know. Because then the other question is, like, how the fuck does anybody kill inside this room, and then it's locked from the inside, and nobody, like, how is, this sound, I feel like this is like a, like, I must be misinterpreting something here, because this sounds like the hardest fucking murder of all time, these murders here, and I don't know why I didn't, like, I want to read the statements as they're written. I don't know if maybe they're said differently, like...
Then why don't you show me some proof? How do you say the culprit killed George and the rest in that locked room? How'd they lock it? Absolutely and totally correct. Natsui's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, no places in which to hide. Okay, I'm gonna fucking write these down, even though it doesn't really matter. The door. Advance this here. I'm just gonna wait. Okay, so let's do this so we can look at these. So firstly, there were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide. Not Suhi.
And why does she say Rosa in brackets? It's so weird. Why is Rosa in quotations there? That's so fucking weird. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Why is Rosa in quotations there? It's like, and Rosa.
His own key was in George's pocket and locked inside the room. That leaves only the 5 master keys, and scroll down now, peeled away. Impossible the same until... Come on now, there's only one suspect. Or come on, there's only one suspect now, or are you still playing dumb Ushiro me a battler? Shut up, you keep silent as well. You're the one who should keep silent. How do you say that letter was sent there by someone other than you? As long as you can't prove that, you're a wolf. If I can be suspected, then you can be suspected. You try showing me some proof. Once you the first enter the room and begin checking the windows, then you anticipate that I'd return to where I'd been saying before and secretly place a letter. I can also suspect that this is your trap, can't I? Why would I use a trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. That's no reason. Maybe because you can commit murder, but you choose a random way of setting a clever trap. All the master keys are in your hands. This place in the room just a while ago are all your doing, aren't they? If you can talk your way out of this, then let me hear your excuse. That's right, you've been suspicious from the start. Why is it the 6 of the adults in the family conference were killed and you were the only exception?
The problem is, I don't know if with this statement, if it's saying... Because there's a weird way that this could be worded, but it's worded in a very particular way. Right here it says... Where is it? Because it says the door and the windows were locked from the inside. I don't know if this is saying the door was locked and that the windows were locked from the inside. Or if this is saying both. Because if it's saying both, one of those 3 has to be the killer because there was no place to hide. And then the question becomes, how the fuck did any of these people do this? Like, holy fuck, this is so confusing, man. The problem is, like, I'm so stubborn. Because I don't want to have to come back. I don't want to keep having to come back. I legit don't know. I actually don't know. And why is Rosa in quote? I don't know. I might have to admit defeat. I might just have to admit that I'm not smart enough to figure this out. I legit don't know. I have no fucking clue. It does say. Bro, I don't know. I have no clue. The only other possibility is that Shannon killed them, then killed herself. But why? Why? I don't get it. How would Shannon kill herself? I gotta turn my dehumidifier on 1 second. It's way too humid in here. Okay, I'm back. I hope it doesn't bleed through when I'm talking. It might, so I apologize if there's like a hum in the background. The only thing that I can see that makes this work is that, like, the only way that this makes sense is that in both cases that Shannon killed herself in that room. She killed Goda and George and killed herself.
One not in that chapel.
Hmm. I'm so confused, guys. I don't know if I've ever been like this confused by one of the mysteries in this game. Like, even like the letter and stuff, like, this is way worse. Holy fuck, guys! Yeah, I think we might have to just throw the towel in on this one because I just don't want to sit here for much longer. I've been saying this for like 45 minutes now at this point. I feel like I don't really think I'm getting any closer. this is probably the hardest. I'm gonna save this real quick because I'm a bit afraid of like a power outage or something. I'm terrified about. I'm terrified. I don't know. I legit don't know. The will earth to earth statement, if this had like an illusions to illusions on it, here, I would buy it. But I don't know. I'm not really confused about this. The possibility here is that either. Because, like, I think Shannon could maybe pass as Rosa. Maybe? But how would Battler miss? Like, I don't buy that. I just don't buy it. But why the fuck did Rosa have quotations on her name? I don't get it. I don't get it. I legit don't get it. I don't know. Oh my god, guys, I literally don't even. I'm so confuddled. Like, my brain is so. My brain is so fucking, like, mushified right now on this question. Okay, I have to turn the humidifier off because I think it's causing. I don't know if it's my. One second. I'm sorry. I'm hearing. One second. Oh, it was my humidifier. I heard like a rattling noise, and I was like, is it like pulling? Is it because it's pulling so much power? I don't know. I'll save that till after the stream. Okay. Hmm. I'm the problem. I don't think episode 2 I'm gonna be able to have a scaffolding like I had with episode 1. Where I feel like episode 1 I literally have it down to rights. I just don't think it's gonna be possible for me in episode 2. There's clearly something I'm missing. Clearly something I'm not understanding fully. Um, which of course in the epilogue stream I guess we will. If it's not answered in episode 8, we will answer it in the epilogue stream. Because yeah, boys, I am I am like mind boomed right now, and I just don't want to like. We have still 2 more episodes to go through, and 5 and 6. It's been 3 hours. Like I kind of want to get chopping here. 5 and 6, I don't think there's really like a lot to go through. I think it's a little bit less. Um, I feel like we kind of already solved a lot of the big mysteries. The question will be like the letter mystery. I feel like we already solved the mystery of the locked room, and I think the letter mystery is potentially the same thing. Um, okay. I mean, I think this fits the best, and I'll say like um. Okay. Okay. I think if I ever do another game where I take notes, which I'll probably do when I play House and Fata Morgana, I'm probably just going to use Obsidian or Google Docs because the not having an autosave feature is like a real scary thing for like powering down. Plus it also helps with if I ever have to do anything with my computer or something, it's synced so I don't have to worry about, oh god, I lost my notes. But so current thinking, it's some combination of Yasu, Shannon plus Rosa as the culprits in the first Twilight slash second, or in the first Twilight, with typical support of servants. I don't know why I have this in the first Twilight. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. Yeah, because in Jessica's it doesn't outlaw that it could have been locked without using a key. It's just saying that, like, the person used it, they used the key, which, okay, sure. Problem is here again with this statement is I'm not sure. If it does say that they were locked from if it's just saying the windows, because it should say the door was locked and the windows were locked from the inside. If that's what it was going to say, but it seems to say that both were locked from the inside. It implicates that one of the people inside the room had to have been responsible for the killing. The only thing I get worried about with this, and then I would say there's like a very miniature outside stance here that... So, like, I don't know. This is a pretty... This episode's crazy. I can't believe this episode is as hard as it it didn't seem that bad while watching it, but like, man, you put everything down. To me, my current theory that I'm gonna hold, this last part could hold true. I don't really have a strong opinion on it. I think this is the explanation if it is true that somehow Shannon has filled the, like, it looks like has taken Rosa's spot. I do question how on earth Battler did not, how he didn't notice. I mean, but it's very weird that she is specifically mentioned in quotations. That's a very, very, very odd point to me. My current thinking is that I think the 4 through 6 Twilights did happen first. Because it solves the Goda problem of him not saying anything after they were killed. Because regardless of who killed it, whether it was Shannon or whether it was Genji, it'd just be so fucking odd for him to not say anything. Because we imagine that canon does not exist, right? There was no evil canon. That's all a fabrication. And so then the confusing point would be, okay, even in that weird world, it still would have been Shannon that was acting as canon in that regard. So then Shannon wouldn't have existed in the scene. But Shannon is the one with the whole spider web, and like that whole scene is just like really hard to interpret. I really truly don't know what happened. One of two possibilities is that Shannon or Genji killed Nanjo and Kumasawa. I'm leaning towards Genji. My current thinking is that, like I said at the start, some combination of Yasu and Rosa were the culprits at the start. I think that it's possible. So there's two things you can think. It's possible that that person, aka Yasu at the start of the game, gave a letter to Rosa to try and get her support. We don't really know what was in that letter. We still don't know to this point. There's many things it could have been. It could have been one of the extra master keys, because we know there was 5 master keys, but only 4 servants if we know that there's only one actual, like, Shannon or canon. So that's a possibility. It could be that it was like episode 5 and that it was the head's ring. I find that exceptionally unlikely, because she didn't find the gold. It would be a very weird thing to give to Rosa. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but that's maybe one of the only other things I could think. Or it's very possible it was just a letter to Rosa that was trying to convince her about what was going on, etc. We see the whole scene of all the siblings that are in the chapel at that night. So then the one question becomes, from the end of the chapel, why was it that Rosa was spared? To me, that's the indication that I think that Rosa was helping the culprit. I think the culprit and Rosa were in cahoots at that point, right? It also explains why Maria wouldn't make a fuss. Maria could lock the door. She's going to do anything that Beatrice says, so I follow with that. Then we get to the whole which Twilights happened first. If we follow the Twilights that were presented, or the order of everything that was presented in the game, it states the 7th and 8th Twilights happened first. This is after Jessica and them died. The funny thing is, too, if the Master Key was not transferred to Rosa at the start in the letter, it's also possible that I think I mentioned it earlier, I either wrote it or said it out loud, but I'll say it again, that the killer used Jessica's body to transfer the extra Master Key to someone, because we know that Nanjo apparently had picked it up off of her body, but that when Nanjo was searched, it was gone, right? Because they had the key from Nanjo and Kumasawa, and as I recall, Nanjo's key would have been like the one that was on Jessica's body, because it was Canon's key, or, you know, I don't remember the exact logistics, but point being that the way it was described in the game, if you follow the order of the game, was that Nanjo and Kumasawa die after Jessica, right? And Nanjo had picked up the key off of Jessica's body. Then Nanjo gets killed, the Master Key gets taken. At some point, all Master Keys end up being returned to Rosa. Then you have the 4th through 6th Twilights. In this timeline, if we follow the way that the game has posed it, it feels a lot more likely that Shannon killed herself in the room after killing those two, and then Genji carried out the rest of the game. Now, you have my opinion, which I think that the 4th through 6th Twilights actually did happen first. It fixes the problem of Goda not saying anything after seeing Kumasawa and Nanjo killed. It also then fixes the problem of literally why in every other game the Twilights occur in chronological order, even though they don't have to. They don't technically have to, because we know that the epitaph doesn't actually have anything to do with, doesn't have anything to do with the killings, it's to do with the solution to the puzzle. But besides the point, we know that the killer is using the epitaph to make it seem, you know, like, if you don't know the truth of the epitaph and that it's actually leading to the location of the gold, well, the epitaph... Oh, sorry, I should put some music back on. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that there's like just that annoying like howling wind, although I sort of drone it out. But so that's the other possibility, that of course I lose my train of thought because I interrupted there. Sorry. That the 4th through 6th does happen first. If the 4th through 6th Twilights do happen first, fixing the problem of the Twilights being out of order, fixing the problem of why Gota wouldn't say anything, then we can view that scene with Nanjo and them as a little, with Nanjo and Kumasawa dying as a little bit more magical, in the sense that Gota's representation there and Shannon's representation there and Kanon's representation there were all fake, because Genji was the one that killed both of them. The only problem that arises with that theory is that then we have to explain the inclusion of George and Gota and all of them in the time that was presented in the story. I think it was only like an hour or so in between the two, like in real time while reading. So it's not like it was that many scenes, but like it was a fair few scenes. But regardless, I guess you could just say that that whole section was like magically interpreted until both sets were dead, from the time of whichever one happened first to the end. In this theory that I'm putting, it was like a magical interpretation. The only thing that then becomes weird about that as well is that under this theory, in the 4th through 6th Twilights, there's two possibilities as well with this, which is one, that we follow exactly what was said in the game as the red statement was listed, which said that for that killing in the 4th through 6th thing in Natsui's room, that the door was locked from the inside. Now, like I said earlier, and I won't bemoan this point too much, I don't know if when it was saying that it was locked from the inside, if it was trying to say that the windows were locked from the inside or that both were locked from the inside. I think if it was trying to make it clear that it was only the windows, I think it would have been worded in a different way. So I'm going to accept the interpretation that both of them were locked from the inside. If I follow with that interpretation, for whatever reason, I think Shannon killed herself. Now, the only other possibility there that I have to reckon with is that for some reason it mentions Rosa in quotations when talking in that same quote about it being locked from the inside and how Rosa was in possession of all 5 master keys. When it says Rosa was in possession of all 5 master keys, it says Rosa's name in quotations. There is quite literally not a single other time in the game that I can think of that one of the characters has their name listed in quotations in a red statement. That's very fucking weird. So, the only other possibility at that point is that the Rosa that we see past that point is not actually her, and the person that died in the 4th through 6th Twilights was actually Rosa, made to look like Shannon. Now, that makes a little bit more sense, but there's a little bit of like some suspension of disbelief that gets mixed in there, where it's like, one, how was the body convincing enough to pass as Shannon, but it was Rosa? And also, how was Shannon's interpretation or impression of Rosa, including like how she looked, how she spoke, everything, how was that convincing enough? Oops, what did I just do? Okay, I don't know. How was that convincing enough that towards the end of the game, Battler didn't say anything? We know Genji wouldn't have said anything, because at the end of the game, it was just the 4. It was Genji, Rosa, whether you think that that was Yasu/Shannon or whether that was actually Rosa, Maria, and Genji. It was those 4. I think I might have said Genji twice. Genji, Battler, Rosa, whichever one you think Rosa is, and Maria. Literally everybody but Battler is going to be in cahoots if that actually is Shannon and not Rosa. So it all makes sense why they would lie for her. The only thing is, if it actually is Rosa, then I get to the question, like, that's like 2 typos, or that's one typo that seems really weird to say quotations with Rosa. But then the other problem arises from that is, how is it that the door was locked from the inside? Because now we get to a more confusing part. Basically, we have 2 points that are sort of, I want to say like they invalidate each other. It's either the interpretation of the red statement or the translation, something in this order of operations is wrong. What I mean by that is that maybe it only meant to say that the windows were locked from the inside, okay, and that the door was locked. If it was just trying to say that, we have a way bigger breadth for who could have been responsible, because master keys galore, and then depending on the order of it, you know, if it was as it was presented in the game, all the servants still had their master keys and everything at that point. Shannon wasn't dead, you know, she could have just went in there and killed them. And then you could have like the whole Rosa swap, right? that would maybe make sense. I'm going to start from the top again one more time. I'm sorry, just because I'm confusing myself. I'm going to tell you what I think happened, and then I'll address the Rosa swap thing at the end. We have the first Twilight. It goes, as I already said, some combination of Yasu and Rosa. I think Yasu gets Rosa as an accomplice. Maria is also an accomplice with her at the start. They do the killing of all the other siblings. Yasu and Shannon are kind of like, or Yasu, Shannon, and Rosa plus Maria are kind of like working together, of course, with the aid of like Genji, Nanjo, Kumasawa, because I think those are always people that are probably going to help Beatrice. Okay, we follow. Then we move on to the next killing, the second Twilight. In this, it doesn't really matter. It could have been anybody with a master key. It's going to highly, highly, highly implicate one of Rosa or Yasu. I'm going to lean towards Yasu, just to keep everything consistent. Where things start to get a little bit muddied is the fourth Twilight and the seventh and eighth Twilight. Now we get to the issue of which one do we think came first. If you want my opinion, I think the fourth and sixth Twilights came first because I think it answers more questions and it leaves less glaring holes. There are still holes that are there that I don't know the explanations to, but to me, I think it's a little bit of a reach or too much of a reach for me to be willing to accept that Goto would say nothing that entire time after just witnessing Nanjo and Kumasawa be killed by one of Genji or Shannon and say nothing. I think it's much more likely that that whole scene, that he was already dead at that point, and so we already know there was magic in that scene. We can't trust what we saw in that scene. We already know Canon was a part of that scene. And Canon, again, we don't need to get into the whole Yasu, Shannon, Canon thing, but we know that we're obviously being lied to a little bit already to begin with. Okay, we follow. Then we have the question of what actually happened in the 4th through 6th. Is there a question mark on the typo? Or is there a typo or a misinterpretation on my part about whether both the door and the windows are locked from the inside, or if it's just saying that it's just the windows that are locked from the inside? I am going to default towards that both are locked from the inside, and that Yasu/Shannon, for whatever reason, kills herself, okay? I don't know. The only other possibility for this, okay, is that wasn't actually it wasn't actually Yasu, that it was Rosa. I can't explain to you how the switch happened. I can't explain to you how the person inside the room killed themselves in such a way that they had a stake driven into their head, if that is true. If the initial statement that I read was not true, and it's possible that somebody could have entered because it was only trying to say that the windows were locked from the inside and that the door was just locked, well, if the door was just locked, anybody could have went in that had a master key. At this point, then, because the master keys got confiscated afterwards, this holds true the same as the Jessica murder. Somebody could have gone in, done what they needed to do, and left, right? The only thing that becomes surprising about this is the fact that Will, in that statement, says earth to earth when referring to Shannon, or referring to all the killings in that room. That would mean that the killing is probably true as has been presented, which leads me to believe, in my theory, that I don't think somebody was impersonating Rosa. I don't think there was. I think what happened is Shannon, for whatever reason, kills herself inside the room. I think the red statement is actually true and it's locked from the inside. I think that the 4th through 6th happened first. And I think that she kills herself inside the room for some fucking reason that I don't understand. And that Genji carries out the rest of the game. Everything is shown as it is afterwards. Genji kills Nanjo and Kumasawa in the room. He collects all their master keys. The master keys are then given to Rose at the end of the game. All 5 master keys are together. Everything follows. The only confusing part about this theory is that we have to explain why some of the people from the 4th through 6th Twilights, which should have been dead already according to my theory, were shown in a few scenes afterwards, interacting and talking with people. It doesn't really add up. That's my current thinking. If we go with the other theory that the 7th and 8th Twilight actually happened first, because as we mentioned earlier, the order of the Twilights doesn't have to follow, like the order of the killings, it doesn't necessarily have to follow, because each of the Twilights has like a distinctive thing about them, right? The first Twilight and the second Twilight are kind of the only ones that don't have a distinct thing, but past that point, you have something that is, how do I word this? You have something that can be like the calling card for each of them, you know, gouge the head, gouge the stomach, gouge the whatever, you know, these things exist. So because of that, then we're wondering, okay, you could kill Nanjo and Kumasawa and gouge them to make them seem as though they died as the 7th and 8th Twilight prior to the 4th through 6th, because as I just mentioned, you don't necessarily have to follow, because the Twilights only actually matter in terms of the solution. It could just be that the killer broke from it at this point. It could also very well be that the killer is not Yasu or Shannon at this point, Yasu/Shannon at this point, and that it's somebody who kind of like freeballed it, and then you had to like fix the mess, The only problem that occurs with this, and why I don't really like the theory about 7 and 8 happening first, is to me it is a bigger suspension of disbelief required for me that Goda would say nothing after witnessing Nanjo and Kumasawa be killed by one of Genji or Shannon inside that room and just not say anything. Maybe you could say like he was threatened, maybe you could say he was brought into the fold. I don't know. It, to me, that is like really unbelievable that Goda of all people would just... I find it hard to believe they would bring him into the fold to begin with. He is a total outsider despite being a servant. He is not in with like the tight-knit group. I just find that part really hard to believe. The only thing that is better about this theory is that then through the rest of the game, it kind of just follows as shown. There's not really any big mystery. Genji carries out the will. He, Shannon, whatever, they kill themselves inside the other room after that happens. Genji carries out the rest of the game. Island blows up. Bing, bang, bong. But there's two big problems with this chapter for me that I can't reconcile right now. I mean, I can reconcile them, but it just opens more gaps, and I'm not going to circle on this anymore, which is the Roseanne quotations in the red statement, and whether they were both supposed to be locked from the inside in the case of the 4th through 6th Twilights. To me, I want to hold true the will statement of the earth to earth, being that the only thing is like the earth to earth could actually mean that those were all corpses. And if I view it that way, not that all the identities were true, but that it was actually 3 bodies. If I view it that way, again, the only problem with this is that like for someone to impersonate, like for the, I'm going to say this and we're going to move on because I'll circle this for another fucking hour and I don't want to. If Shannon did replace Rosa, I'm also going to delete this because this is stupid. Shannon, obviously Beatrice doesn't care, so it's not really surprising. She blows up the island in other timelines too. Like, she presumably does it in the first game despite winning, so that's a stupid point to make here. But to me, this almost implicates that it's not Rosa at the end of the game. Now we have 2 problems that arise from that. One, how is it that the body that was in the 4th through 6th Twilights is actually Rosa and not Shannon? How does nobody notice? Because the bigger part about that is like, again, if Yasu is impersonating Rosa at the end of the game, which again, as I just said earlier, could be true because Genji and Maria would both back her up. Like they're not going to be like, oh, like that doesn't, like, even if Battler said, they'd be like, Battler, you're crazy. He didn't, obviously, which is another thing that becomes confusing. Like, is Shannon just like a fucking shapeshifter? Is she just able to like somehow take on the appearance of anybody that she wants? Again, we have to remember too that Shannon's appearance, this is where things start to get even more funky, is that there's some lying that's going on about Shannon's appearance. We know that Yasu is probably human Beatrice from episode 2 and from, what do you call it? End of episode 4. And somehow they are able to disguise themselves to look like Shannon, or again in the story, Shannon is written in as like a cover. It's like a mask, it's not actually her. The biggest problem with this right now is that I feel like if Yasu is impersonating Rosa at the end of the game, I don't understand how they could have done it, because then it would mean that one of the 3 people that was inside the room in the 4th through 6th Twilight was also responsible. Because again, it said that the door and the windows were locked from the inside. So, I'm going to try and summarize my 2 gripes right now that I can't seem to grasp, and we're going to move on. Because again, we'll be here for another 6 hours. I want to go to bed. 1. If we assume that the red statement about the door and window being locked from the inside is true as written, I think Shannon killed herself inside the room. Rosa is actually Rosa. There's no impersonation that happens. Genji carries out the will for the rest of the game. That's it. Everything follows pretty true. Nanjo and Kumasawa murders happen afterwards. Genji is the one that kills them. Goda and all them. You have a bunch of scenes where it's kind of bullshitted to us. They're not actually alive at that time. Blah, blah, blah. The game progresses to its end. Doesn't matter. Island blows up. Bob's your uncle. Other possibility in my mind. 4 through 6 Twilight does happen first. There's something about that red statement that I'm not seeing, that I'm misinterpreting in some way, or it's typoed. I would really doubt that it's typoed, so maybe I'm misinterpreting it in some way. Shannon Inyasu is actually still responsible for the killings. She does impersonate Rosa. She takes over the appearance of Rosa. The body that you see in the 4 through 6 Twilights is actually Rosa, not Shannon. Shannon continues, or I should say Shannon / Yasu. The game continues as normal. 7th, 8th killings happen. Everything is true as I just mentioned before. This checks off why the Rosa was in quotations. It also sort of gives you like a little bit more of a through line. But again, we still have the same problems that occur from the 4th being before the 7th and 8th. Yeah. I think that covers everything. I've sort of talked in a circle. I think if you were listening, you probably understand what I said. I think the massive culprits for this episode are some combination of Genji, Rosa, and Shannon, with regular accomplice people, Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo probably helping. I think the most important murder of this is going to be the 4th through 6th, and whether it happens before or after the 7th or 8th, I'm going to put my chips that it happens before the 7th and 8th, that it actually does follow as it's listed at the end of the game. I think it fits more of the red statements if she does impersonate Rosa and take over her appearance for the rest of the game. My problem is, I don't know how that's possible, but I'm going to leave it there because I will literally circle forever. Let's get on to episode 3 because holy fuck. Holy fuck. The good thing is, I don't think episode 3 is that bad. The only thing is, too, I don't really know what Earth to Earth means. I think Earth to Earth might just mean that it's actually corpses. I don't know. Episode, or game 3. So the victims here were Kinzo, Shannon. It was all the servants, right? Kanon, Kumasawa, Genji, and Goda? That doesn't sound right, though. Was it Nanjo? And Goda? And then maybe he was... No, because Kinzo's body was definitely there. I'm gonna go back up here in my notes and we'll find the spot. It was not Dr. Nanjo because he died at the end. That was the whole point of episode 3. So it was Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa, Genji, Kinzo. I wish I still had the image. I want to find the spot because I just kind of want to like copy the notes because I think I was still mostly right. I just had like the wrong person. I just want to see if I described it somewhere in my notes. Let's read the red statements because I'm kind of getting confused on the whole Let's go down here. I just forget I had the let me go to the thing here. I remember I had the picture in episode 3. It's gonna like load forever and fucking episode 3. I think it was probably in this stream. Let's see. Fucking I just want to see where it is that I had the looks like it's here. So it was Cannon was in the chapel. He had the first floor parlor. Kinzo has the boiler and the chapel key. So Kinzo's body was here. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this actually real quick, even though I did this already because I actually don't have this image. Doink. Okay. So Kinzo's body was in the boiler room. He had the chapel key and the envelope to solve the epitaph. Where am I? Oh, let me separate this down. I was like, where the fuck? Something doesn't feel right. So the big thing here is that Cannon's body led to Shannon's body. It says allusions to illusions in a locked room ring, the end and the beginning overlap. The real question is, what was the order in which they had found them? That's really important in the game, because they're all alive at this point.
So the keys. It isn't here. Or denying it. Maybe I had mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on even playing with you. Towers, where are... It is.
So it looks like it was here. I just want to see.
Rose just like, okay, so the westerns before I know the gun. Rosa, she lucky. Okay, Krauss is holding that. Father, Kenzo, you probably not die normally in his bed, but even so, it is too horrible. Hey, wonder if that really is father? I'm suspecting that it might be a different person's corpse as a substitute to trick us. No, without a doubt that is father. You saw his toes, right? In general society, there are many humans with 6 toes on both feet. But we can't say that there are none. Heard that polydactyly isn't a rare disease. He was a man who liked big tricks, right? You might have prepared a body from someone that had the same number of toes on both feet. Preposterous. What would possess him to do something like that? I'd agree if he was a normal person, but this is father we're talking about. You can't say for sure. In his. She can only make a frontal attack.
I just don't know when it happens.
Especially the ends in particular, actually. The ends fucking... So it was complicated. One of the previous chapters, Beatrice did say that there was master keys, but she would not confirm that there was only the ones that we knew about. Yeah. We just know that all the sermons carry one. The mansion just inside Kuma's manufacture master key. No manufacture. Then close this. No. But then the other is a massive of the game and the missing servants. The details of the game, Charles the epitaph have already been shown. Then what could the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion mean? And the missing servants. Oh, I like this. We're finally getting the fucking angle from the siblings, so we never see the siblings. They literally all...
So it's interesting too because of note is that there was a magic circle on every door too.
There's like one sibling is... It worries me. Nissan. Go to... Go in. Explore where the window would be... And something that would be good for smash like glass. Eventually found a rock bigger than a fist. We found out that they're shatterproof and they're bulletproof and all that. Before long, he successfully succeeded in skillfully opening a hole big enough for you to
see?
covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it. We should probably cover it up with duct tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he threw the window open, the wind made the curtains dance around violently. He swept the curtain to the side. They could see the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved because they had thought that maybe the room would be filled with more bizarre men. Into the parlor as a group. And Shannon.
Yeah, so because Shannon's body was found first, I have this is the image on the side monitor. Because Shannon's body was found first, right? Here. This is the order. This is the beginning, right? So when he says here, in a locked room ring, the end and the beginning overlap. What actually happens here, this is actually the end, because Shannon was the one that did it. So you actually have to trace it backwards from this point, because they're going to follow like this, right? This is the intended path that it was meant to follow, which means that this, right? Because this right here then leads to here, which then leads to here. I just realized I just redrew the whole thing. So if we follow here from this starting point, right, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if you notice, massive period of time that Shannon would have been able to go and then hide here, right? Shannon shows up here. They take the keys, they leave. Nobody goes and checks this, right? Shannon goes here. She hides here. The chapel is actually the last one. The only thing, do they find Kinzo first?
Alexander, there.
We're just gonna see. I'm gonna follow this.
Cool. Believe it. I don't. We got a barrier. I don't know what. Boss. I kick the ground. Obviously, the ground's hard. 10 puddle splash. Several towers that split this ground, spreading like high-rise buildings. The more I kick the ground, okay, the more I kick the ground, the more I skip blind attacks. The more it felt like that really couldn't be possible. But because of that, I couldn't explain with anything other than magic anymore. I get the locker rooms with the key shut up inside.
No, it looks like they went to the boiler room first.
Fuck. Assuming that Natsu is still alive, Beatrice takes action. That is correct. However, I believe we got almost every trick they could use against us. Okay, this is interesting. So this time, assuming that Natsu is still alive, as long as the traitor doesn't appear, that's really horrible stuff. What is that thing? Already chapter.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this here though in order of discovery. They found Kinzo first, which doesn't really mean anything.
Bodies are, with the exception of Kinzo, but this can be weird because every time they've done this in 6 bodies. Who would do something? It's gonna be blood on the door, right? And a painter reminded I returned having observed. Was there a servant anywhere around? For breakfast had not yet begun. Your feet. Well, you don't think this is the paint made one thing of blood, and it made time to be ever had this symbol before fresh.
Yeah, so this is the thing. They knew what had happened, but I think they skipped showing the explanation of everything, right?
Okay, so no. So this is interesting. So I won't delete the thing, but hiding in the floor total.
Because they find Shannon first.
They were all the same magic circle, and all the doors were locked, so they couldn't check inside. Anyway, let's do something with the boiler room first. It would be bad if some kind of breakdown caused a fire and explosion, so we need the key. But you know, I thought it was gonna be the window break. Her listing is now. She's dead. Imagine her. I don't know. Which would even appear as dead.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Oops, I now made quick tips.
So, yeah, so no one is actually listed as dead yet here.
And the switch and also because she hasn't deep enough friend death to us. Right now everyone who lost their lives. Okay, bro, this is the first time we've seen this room. And there were 12 of us. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday, and one night a third of them never lost their lives. My agitation is over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Auntie Rose was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely had. Why is it like a lever barrel rifles? The 4 siblings on the crowd hit me. You won't be. The father would need this kind of different person's corpse subsequently isn't a rare disease. But this is about like who it was, unless they had. I believe we'll be able to food. I have food this early that morning. See the dead people as dead. Beautiful. Now let's read this. Because we're gonna go over all this in a minute, so I'm sort of content cooking, but I just want to see if it was like too bad this time game over right at the very start. Zero on the second floor VIP room is assumed to have been a gun or spear-shaped object. Interesting. If creation for as many of the service Genji shall be permitted to sleep in the VIP room. Gun or spear-shaped object. So that's interesting. Assumed to be a gun or spear. Those are secret now.
Okay. Sorry, just making sure that everything. So yeah. In the order of discovery, they did find Shannon's first. That was the order of discovery. What this means, however, is that if we look at this, no master key can access the chapel, right? So the only thing that we have to think about is how is it possible that Shannon was able, in the time that she was dead, because you gotta remember, they're taking all the keys at the same time. I guess the idea would be that she had Cannon's shit stored somewhere else, right? Because they broke the window to get into the room. The boiler room does have another exit to the courtyard. I forgot about that. Good job, past me. So then we have a really So following the order of the game, this is the order that they were found in. If Shannon was the one that did everything, which seems very likely, the only thing is that we have to check the red statement here, because it says there are 5, 1 for each servant, referring to master keys. All the doors and windows in the 6 are normal, no device, blah, 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 no auto locks, yeah. No means of them. There are these 6 are all dead. Boom. There is no one hiding. They all died instantly. Only the victims are inside the rooms. No other people exist in the rooms. The 6 were not killed by traps. None committed suicide. So. Okay. Kind of like the manga has an extra thing, but hey, I'm gonna take that. Although I didn't think she did anyways, but... Because the only thing that's confusing here, right? It's not really like the logistics of the thing. Like, this doesn't really seem to... They actually aren't wielding spears, by the way. I was wrong about this. The question is, how could Shannon... Because she set them up to be discovered in this way. They knew they would go to try and stop in the boiler room. They can't get into the boiler room. They go and they try and check. Eventually, they hit here. They open up Shannon's room, right? Now, we have to remember that at this point, the key for her and Cannon, there is a master key. The only one that didn't have a master key was Kinzo. Kinzo has the chapel key. And if you follow the order, Cannon is the end. Shannon was the beginning. In terms of how they were found. So I actually need to do this. It's this. This is the order in which they're found. After Shannon gets killed, aka, or is found dead, she has to go to here. Remember, Kinzo's body has not been found yet. So then the real question here becomes, when they got to the chapel, was the chapel unlocked? Because I feel like I'm sensing a discrepancy here. How is it that Shannon could place the chapel key on Kinzo's body and then go hide here if the chapel was not unlocked first?
And his. So I guess Kinzo and the incinerator. I don't know if that's where spot. Instincts just first grandfather been fed to the flame in the boiler room was completely burnt.
Okay.
Servants were found dead, each locked in one of the various rooms of the mansion onto which magic circles had been drawn. Because the death of the servant was uncertain, according to Dr. Nama's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear or possibly shot by a gun. That was why the adults started arming themselves with rifles. And what made the situation even more chaotic was that the telephone lines were out of order. It was unknown whether lightning had caused them to break down or whether the culprit had destroyed them. In any case, contact with the outside was broken off and we couldn't contact the police. So until tomorrow morning when the typhoon would pass and the boat would come, we would have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokujima was now isolated by the typhoon, and just like how we were stuck on the island, so was the culprit. It seemed the adults had stayed up the whole night, spending the whole time holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall. And even so, this crime had occurred.
It looks like all 4 rifles are in possession at that point, too.
When the adults had been getting worked into a frenzy over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. On out to be said, they were strict on locking the doors and windows at night, and yet some suspicious person had entered the mansion. They also decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Okay, this is interesting. I don't know if we ever retreated to the guest house on the island, so it was back to police. We made the situation to Dr. Nama's was the one with the same room. They had pulled up in, begged to see about that mansion. But the adults refused point blank, saying that we must not until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they had sealed all the rooms to preserve the scene. Our brother culprit who had killed 6 people had won. That broke the window up. There are plenty of blind spots in dark places. 2 stories tall. Number of rooms, about 10. Apparently, it was extremely received from Beatrice yesterday. Had been found in the boiler room where Grandma back, but I need to know what the fuck Rose's letter said in the last chapter. It just feels like it's way too important and way give them all the gold thing. I feel like I keep coming back to any other like place before to the west. Excuse me. Had been one of the search for premise for the carefully studied your mansion and walk around with master keys were always highest on the list. You probably immediately went to block the way of escape that you would have
Yeah, I'm so confused here though, because they don't actually go through and find the bodies, right? Like, unless they do it now, but this is like when they're trying to solve the epitaph. Yeah, I'm confused here. Something is not. I'm getting real tired too, is the scary part. But we're here till we finish this, so.
Go to your pen. Servers found Daddy locked in one of the various rooms throughout the mansion onto which magic circles have been drawn. Cause death of the servants was... And what made the situation even more chaotic was the telephone line. So it passed, the vote would come. Now he's spending the whole time holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall. And even so, night, and yet some suspicious person had entered the house. Don't put this. The culprit who killed 6 people had wandered about that mansion. The Umineko family... From the password window.
I'm just confused. Like, does it not?
I guess should have been their home.
Did it not go to all the places?
In contrast, the guest house is a much smaller building than the mansion. 2 stories tall, number of rooms, about 10. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a boarding house when the island was turned into a resort. Easy to grasp the entire structure and easy to guarantee safety. That makes it a good place to hold up in. And there's an extremely high likelihood that this mass murder of 6 people is a long day, which had still barely begun. Definition to work with. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very befuddled here.
Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, she was so pathetic when it was her turn. I thought of her as a pretty unfair person, but I decided to act with dignity as a winner and accepted it, man. Taking the high road, I don't know if I'm not gonna hang in a shit talk, bro, but I ain't one. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the 6 was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but because of some strategic reason or decision, she'd given up. Felt less like I had one and more like... None of the victims... I guess I'll show this. Died.
Let me go up to my reasoning in the notes, because this is not helping me at all. It's wasting everybody's time. I'm sorry. This is going to be a very, like, long stream, and it shouldn't have been. I didn't think this was going to take that long at all. Everyone retreated to the guest house. After breaking into the parlor, they took Shannon's master key to unlock all the rooms. Makes you wonder if they're going to do a whole locked room. They need to disprove whatever one Shannon was in, and the rest all fall apart. We'll need to find the location of the individual keys. Because the problem is, like, if we view Shannon as the culprit here, then the question would be, how was she able to then place Kinzo's body and go here? That's the confusing part. Because it doesn't really matter how they're placed, we have to follow the order. The thing is, they find Shannon first, right? But how does Shannon then... Like, the chapel obviously had to be locked. It was a locked room. So, how did you lock the chapel and then place the body down and then hide? I don't really get that part. Because, like, my thinking that I was going to say initially is like, oh, guys, it's just so obvious. Like, Shannon is obviously the culprit for this. She sets the whole thing up. She is one of the culprits, you know, she goes here. She's not actually dead, but the problem with this is that if we know that these two people are actually one person, then this person had to fake being this person at some point during the swap. So then the question becomes, and it had to be with Kinzo's body because it's the chapel key. We know it's not one of the master keys. You can't use the master key to open up the chapel. We don't think there's any other way to open up the chapel. Because even when you do the whole thing on the chapel with like the numbers and whatnot to solve the gold, it just leads you to the basement. The only thing that you could maybe say, this is like so fucking like gigabrain but really dumb, is that, so Shannon's here, she gets discovered, right? She goes... I'm trying to make this work in my head. I don't think the rest of this episode is too complex, so we can think here for a little bit. I think Shannon had to be alive here. I think she had to be. The only thing I wonder, I guess, is this mystery. The only way I can think about it if the chapel was locked. Sorry, because like I have an idea in my mind, but I can't like place it for some reason. If Cannon had to be in the chapel while it was locked. Yes, this has to be true. I don't know. I'm confused. I actually don't understand it. The only way is they had an accomplice of some kind, right? Which is very possible, but that's the only other way this makes sense. Maybe you would say Maria. Maybe Maria was given the chapel key again. Shannon places all the bodies, right? Tells Maria, you know, go here. Because who has the boiler room? How is this possible? I'm having a really hard time figuring out how to make this linked lock room work. Obviously, one of the people inside, like, I'm assuming that Shannon is alive. Because I think it explains the Nanjo murder at the end. You know? Him, like, pleading for his life. It seems like it would have been somebody he knowed. I think we posited that a while ago. Like, it was probably somebody that Nanjo knew, because why would he not say, like, who it is if he was surprised by it? It must have been somebody that he knew and he was trying to plead with them to save him. And obviously he knew the whole thing with Shannon. My only thinking here is, in what way? Because Genji has the boiler room key. What is the explanation they use at the end of episode 3? Okay. Yeah, because it just stops here. We also just don't... Let's go here, sorry, we're gonna have to hear the whooshing of the wind. It just doesn't really say anything. I'm going to presume the chapel was locked. The only way that I can make it work, because this is the thing that I was confused about before. One, like, I feel like it would have been mentioned if the chapel wasn't locked, right? That would have been a pretty big giveaway. It could very well be they just omitted that. And then the possibility is that, like, Shannon did do everything. After they found her, she just ran to here and laid there, right? And, like, made the loop seem like it was real. The only problem with that theory is, like, there's almost no fucking way that they wouldn't have mentioned at some point, you know, that the chapel was locked. Or wasn't locked, right? Like, there's no way. So then I'm thinking, like, they must have had an accomplice of some kind. somebody could have placed the boiler room key. Or could have placed the chapel key, rather. They'd have to place the chapel key. Because the only thing that I can think is that Shannon, not dead at the start, right? This is the order the bodies are found. They find Shannon first. She goes. She has the chapel key. It gets given to her by someone. She goes and she unlocks the chapel, right? The only problem is, like, well, we don't know the discovery of the bodies is the thing. We truly just don't know. Let's read the other statements regarding episode 3. Like, as far as the locked rooms. This should be in episode 4. Especially this too. We know that the internal lines, like, I'll get to that later, but like, this further implicates like the Nanjo Kumasawa types. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. So they were in envelopes. In short, all keys related to the linked rooms were locked inside the linked... No, she doesn't say locked rooms, she says closed rooms. She doesn't say locked rooms, she says closed rooms. When the 5 other than Kinzo, of course, because we know Kinzo died of whatever he died of. It's very interesting, this statement. And then this is episode 5. The linked closed rooms. Like, why would you not say linked locked rooms? Because then just to say, like, all keys related to the linked locked or linked closed rooms were locked inside the linked closed rooms? Eh? Doesn't that seem like really, like, huh? The other possibility as well, again, because this is the only thing with, like, the placement of Kinzo's body with the master key. The problem is, like, who would the accomplice have been? At this point, like, we don't know. The only person I can think would be Nanjo, because every other person was dead. That leaves him, right? Because here, everybody else is fucking clapped. He dies at the very, 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 very end. But before that, he's alive. And the siblings go... Dude, that probably is what it is. So I was thinking Maria, but, like, no way Maria wouldn't have been with everybody. I don't know if Nanjo was with them. I don't know. I really don't. Because if you think about it, let's say, I think this person, whoever it was, had to have had help. Because there's no way it doesn't work. They have to have somebody that was able to move around with them for this to be possible. Because otherwise, we know Shannon gets found first, right? But that doesn't make sense. We know the boiler room has 2 pathways into it. There's one in the courtyard that can give you access to this. However, the person that did this with Kinzo can't have been Shannon if we think Shannon is responsible for all the killings. Shannon can't be responsible for it because for her to place the chapel key means that she couldn't then lock herself inside to pose as Canon. The only other possibility that we can say is that there is somehow, again, a fake doodly-doo corpse. But otherwise, she has somebody that helped her, and this person then put these 2 things on her body After this, so again, remember, like in real time as it happened, after her body is discovered, in the time before Kinzo's body is found, Shannon has to go, hide, be locked inside the chapel, and then somebody has to put the chapel key and the envelope onto Kinzo's body. Specifically the key, not so much the envelope. The envelope could have been there prior. But the key had to have been put onto Kinzo's body. So I'm going to put this in the notes. I think I finally have a good grasp on this. The other possibility is, again, fake corpses. Fake corpses, it don't matter. Okay, so especially given the overlap quote, two ways this could have been done. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, I think that's like the simplest explanation for that. Like otherwise, the order of the murder and their contents don't really matter because they all come downstream from the beginning/end. Earth to Earth, no falsehoods in their final moments as told. So this is the victims was Rosa and Maria. Let's check what their death statements were. That's not how you spell wheel. Okay. No falsehoods in their final moments as told, which was boom, boom, and boom. You three, correct? I think. This also indicates, by the way, that the code was written here. Like, this has to be an indication that Shannon is still alive, right? It's way too obvious. Don't really care about Angie. She does die eventually, but who cares? Battler also dies. Jessica goes missing. We don't care about that. She dies. She dies. The most curious murder. Thigh, calf. Chest. Yeah, see, he doesn't, yeah, so the steak murders were these ones. So it's gouge the leg, gouge the calf, gouge the chest, gouge the stomach, gouge the head. So, two lovers is this. The 4th, 5th, and 6th is probably these, right? Well, no, actually, these are 7th and 8th. So let's find the... What is the epitaph? Again, like the order of it. Oh, God, I don't want to go all the way fucking back up. 7th is knee. So 4, 5, 6 is head, chest, stomach. Which is head, chest, stomach. So this is Rudolph, Kiri, Hideyoshi. Oh, God, big stretch. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Da-da-da-dum. I just want to see if there's anything else. Because there's nothing. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Okay. I want to know what Nanjo says before he dies, because this will be another important thing. Like, okay. I don't really. The most confusing part about this is the order in which, because like, I had theorized initially. Also for this. The only thing that I wonder about this is that who would have killed these three? Because it seemed to show that like the witch was killing them. Did Hideyoshi like run and then did like Beatrice somehow pick them apart? Let's go and let's read this part. Mm-hmm. Okay. This is also interesting that in the manga only it said that Eva did not kill Hideyoshi, because I think this is initially one of my theories that she did. The only thing that I wonder is, like, I don't really know exactly how. I don't really know how each of them were killed. Like, if we follow the end, it looks like Ova kills them, as I recall. Let's go here.
I feel like Higurashi had a problem, especially in the answer arc. Hold up his quote. So you say that I'm mistaken? Apparently, yes. The beautiful hall of the Ushirimiya mansion was covered in a glow like gold leaf.
Yeah, so it seems like Rudolph and Kiri got separated first and then killed.
Covered Rudolph. Oh my god, Dave, are you okay? Close enough, are you alright? Were you talking someone up? Just, no, sorry, I had a stroke reading that. Were you talking someone up just now?
Hmm.
Yeah, fine woman. No match for you, okay, buddy. Let's, know your history? Can it. Sorry, Neki. It's checkmate. The two of them pin the witch down the barrel, or the two of them pin the witch down the barrels of their gun. So, pin the witch down the barrels of their guns. Okay, makes sense again, just have a stroke sometimes. Worthless furniture. I can't believe they were beaten by human opponents. Worthless. Stupid. Boring. Beatrice, we should retreat from this place. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Kiri, but Ronan.
So I'm gonna put the music back on here. I don't think I need any episode 3 shit. I'm sorry, that like the music, it actually drives me crazy. Like a different song we can put on too. Put this on, fuck it.
Well, because a situation like this with two guns pointed at her was not one that could be laughed off even by a witch, but the witch laughed with pleasure. Well, it's only natural it'd be impossible for the predecessors worn out furniture. I have to have new furniture suitable for me. I use them out of obligation, but I've always hated hand-me-downs. As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had turned completely into a pile of gold dust with disgust. I don't know what you're talking about. Now put your damn hands up. Then the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, it looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra waving her conductor's baton. But the something. Come arise, furniture suitable for me. Not that cheap furniture, much, much stronger ones, cruel ones. What's she saying? No funny stuff. I'll pull the trigger.
Hmm. I think this makes sense. They return. Eva and Hideyoshi kill Kiri and Rudolph. Eva goes and returns to do her shit. Yasu kills Hideyoshi, then kills Nanjo afterwards. Hmm. The only problem is Ava was not here though, right? Because she was still back here. But I guess it's not. Well, no, but not. Well, we don't know the order though. It's possible. It's hard to say because Thing was already killed, right? Sorry, not Thing was already killed. We don't really know when Natsui and Thing died. So it's hard for us to pin down this timeline. If we trust this, it would be that Ava actually couldn't have. And would I believe that Kiri... Especially with how they were shown in episode 7, do I think that Kiryu is gonna have somebody get the drop on her and kill her? Like, meh, doubt. Because, like, Cross and Natsui are still alive at this point. Right? Yeah.
I don't know if I buy that. So, Aniki.
Okay.
Without caution here, or would you act with caution here? And don't be ridiculous. Act with caution what? Are you saying we should stand by and let my husband die when we might be praying for help? I'm going to left. The cowards can stay here. Looking at it, Ava raised.
Yeah, no, she hadn't left yet, though.
Judging by her expression, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George realized that first. Raised his head. I'll go too. You will too, right, Battler? Bedridden in the hospital for bro. Just have a discussion. So both of our channels are able to match like this. The person who killed Shannon. I don't care if it was you or someone else taking on your name. As long as you exist as a real witch, I would pay any compensation. If you desire my life, you could.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this exactly. Like, it seems like it would more so be that Hideyoshi lived. I guess it could also be possible that Rudolph and Kiri somehow killed each other. Or there was some, like, exchange of fire. I don't think Ava was involved. I just don't remember the whole battle here. Because she summons the Chiester sisters.
At the same time. And all of that. And very extraordinary for those of the everyday world. Oh, what the? When you notice something rapidly chasing them. Chiester sisters home.
No, maybe they were just killed by Yasu.
Their dazzling golden arrow was ready.
Because they separate here.
After they proclaimed that they were firing together, they released a single arrow. As the curve taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a tail, it headed in the direction of Rudolph and Kiri, or in the direction of Rudolph and Kiri, running in rapid pursuit. It turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the Chiester sisters' homing projectiles. No one could escape them. And their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was an all too merciless guided weapon of certain. When you noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, it was a weapon used by pretty much every fierce fight and stuff. Rudolph was shot straight through the location of his heart by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. Rudolph! After the gold snake ran Rudolph through, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral, coiled itself around Kiri's legs, and crawled up to her chest. And just like Rudolph, it shot straight through the location of her heart. And all of
There's only 4 guns, though. That's the only thing that makes me a little bit... I really don't know. Fuck, I gotta pee really bad. I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. Okay, my apologies, I'm back. Hide this. The only thing that I'm thinking here is that... Because I wanted to say that Ava, that was the thing that I had initially. Because we imagine that Yasu is probably hiding in the mansion somewhere, right? The only thing that I'm wondering... Well, I don't know. The only thing I'm wondering is if... The only thing I'm like, how do I word this? Because the only other possibility... They all got shot, and stakes were put in afterwards. That's very clear. This has been a pretty, like, clear motive the whole time. Ava, I initially thought, had maybe been a part like, had maybe got to the mansion. I don't think so, because if I recall, I think they had the only key, I want to say, and they locked the mansion. Like, the mansion was locked when they showed up, I think, I don't remember. But then it was locked. We know this is true. They went to confront Hideyoshi, like 100%. I don't know if I believe this, though. The only thing is, though, like, the only part that, like, we don't have... Well, they had to be in the mansion, though. They had to be hiding, probably in, like, the study, I would imagine. Because, like, the only other explanation I can think is they exchanged gunfire, but, like, the only thing that becomes unbelievable about that to me is, like, did Hideyoshi really kill? Because, like, then if we also take in the episode 7 shit into account, that, like, we know that Rudolph and Kiryu were definitely willing to whack people if they needed to, then the question becomes, like, does Hideyoshi actually have the ability to beat both of them in a gunfight? Like, no, I don't think so. What is their... I'm gonna have to cut the music again, I'm sorry. I want to see the damage that's done to their bodies. That's episode 2, not episode 3. Chest, stomach. Huh. Because again, we get to the same thing where we had mentioned earlier that it seems like people are being killed with guns or something else. It seems like they said spear-shaped, you know, maybe they fucking took I don't fucking know, wear a spear or something, but we're going to assume it's guns. Then the question becomes, if we follow this means that Rudolph was blapped in the head, you were shot in the stomach, and then you were shot in the chest. These two... Because notice here that these two are staked in different spots by how they're killed, right? You got hit in the thigh. You also got strangulated. I don't know what the fuck with. Extension cord? I don't fucking know. It's 86. Figure it out. I don't know what they killed these two with. It's almost certainly Ava. She was the only one that was around them. I have to take another fucking aspirin. Jesus. But it's pretty noteworthy that they're stabbed in, like, particular spots, but... These two are then stabbed in the spots where their wounds, or these three rather, are stabbed in the spots where their wounds are. Yasu 100% is going to be the one that's doing the placement of the stakes. So then the question becomes to me, like, was Yasu in the mansion at the time that this had already happened? To me, it feels like yes. Then the question becomes, did Yasu, like, was there some exchange here that happened, and then Yasu finished off whoever was left? Or was this totally self-contained, and then Yasu came up to it afterwards? Those are the only two things I can think. I lean more towards that Yasu had a more active role in this, because I just can't believe that Hideyoshi kills two. I think they said at some point that Hideyoshi, I know he's named after a military guy. I don't remember if he had military service. Like, I get, let's say that he was, and maybe I'm misremembering. Let's just say he was for the sake of argument. The only problem with that, I still refuse to, like, Kiri seems like she's like a fucking mercenary, bro. And do you think he really got the jump on them? Like, I don't believe it. Like, let's say I imagine some scenario where Hideyoshi does, like, these two obviously went there to confront him and maybe potentially kill him, but definitely to confront him. Let's say he catches whiff of this, and he gets jumpy and he shoots one of them. I would imagine that, I don't know, it doesn't add up to me. I'm not saying it's impossible, but... And this too, to say, like, who knew she was still alive? Because there's only... What is the order of deaths? It shows those two, and then Hideyoshi dies after, right?
this one instant and asking about their life and death within it is
Yeah, he dies after. So these two die first. So when it says, who knew that she was still alive, there's only two people it could have been. Now, again, we know Shannon's probably not dead. Again, following all this theory, we know she's probably not dead. But it could have been one of these two. But I feel like they don't often lie about the order, and this is going to make me, like, fuck up my episode 2 thing. On episode 2, I'm putting my hands up, man. I don't fucking know. But with this, like... Huh. And it says the stomach isn't a very lethal... Like, that's such a weird thing to say in the death statement. It doesn't say that for this. It doesn't say that for these two. These are like, oh, the epitaph, blah, 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 blah. But then it's like, the stomach isn't very lethal. What the fuck is this comment? That's so odd. Why would you mention that? I don't get that part. I don't like that part being mentioned. I'm gonna update my theory, actually. There's two things here. Actually, wait, no, so... Because we know that Yasu is in the mansion by the end if we believe that Nanjo was killed by them. Because it couldn't have been one of these three if we follow this. It could have, like, we talked about it at the end of episode 3 with the lying about the timing of the red statements. But it kind of doesn't, I don't say it doesn't feel that way anymore. But, it's just, it's weird. Well, because this is the part that bothers me. This is why I mentioned it earlier. I think I mentioned it and cut myself off. That all the guns are accounted for. Kraus had one, Rudolph had one, Kiri had one. Oh, no, sorry, Kiri didn't have... No, Kiri didn't have one. Oh, Kiri didn't. Kiri didn't have one. Rudolph had one, Kraus had one, Hideyoshi had one, and Ava had one, right? I think. Or am I wrong? I think there's one gun for each sibling, as I recall. I'm just trying to remember how and why. For gun. For rifle? Rifle. The rifles were located in the room of the gold. I think there was 4. Oh yeah, it's 4 total. See? I'm slow. So there was 4 total guns. So if we go with that and we assume that it's always only 4. Let's go back down here. Oops. There's 4 guns. All the guns were accounted for. Right? Or did Kraus give up his gun? Kraus might have given up his gun. Well, Kiri, no wait, Kiri had a gun. Kiri 100% had a gun. Did Kraus give up his gun?
And if that is the case, would they intentionally leave Rose's gun at the scene of the crime? Or they want
Oh, Rose's gun got taken.
by an acquaintance, perhaps Rosa, and with whom she would let her guard down. So for example, could it be a servant whose shift doesn't lie on these 2 days? Hard to argue with that one.
Huh. I'm starting to confuse myself more.
They finished their duties. Rosa was suddenly attacked.
It's starting to feel like there's 5 guns, not 4.
Popped up in front of you. That normally set some alarm bells. The guest house was nearby, so they wanted to avoid the sound of a gunshot, and they killed Maria with their bare hands. It's also a possibility. Still, even if that is the case, would they intentionally leave Rose's gun at the scene of the crime? Well, they wanted it to.
Okay, no, they left Rose's gun, sorry. Never mind, there's 4.
Why would they leave the gun? The crime. At first, I thought that the gun was a trap. That's what chessboard thinking says it would be. By purposely leaving it, they wanted to. I'll bet that right now they're regretting they missed their chance to steal the gun.
So currently we can see here that Rudolph and Hideyoshi have one.
We should not neglect the fact that they are unafraid of guns.
Kraus has one.
I can guarantee probably be even more cautious than we have been. This is just for peace of mind, but at the time we think Rosa went outside, where was everyone? Natsu and I were here along with Rudolph and Curie. I can guarantee their alibis. Ava and I were together, I can guarantee that.
And he lied about that.
When Natsu Rosa yelled at us to go back upstairs, we turned right around and went to the upstairs rooms. I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi.
Ava doesn't have one here.
You could say any number of things like this, but what if you jumped out of the window, attacked it, bro? Come on, Rudolph. Each other. It's more important that we trust each other, and for the children's sake as well, defend this place until the very tomorrow, inform the. So, what is it, Ava? Is your body still feeling that? Floor, or breathing harsh again? Should be 100% safe. Looks like I didn't say it like a witch thing, I get hacked in the way. Sure, and again, sure, wouldn't have been a problem at all in these small. To become complete the reality. You don't really need to sneeze, and it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm just. If I was playing by myself, I probably would turn the voices on, but the fact that I have to read.
I don't think we know. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find out the possession of the guns.
The first part I was like, you know, she's just like kind of regular laughing, and then I was like, okay, you're losing a little on me. Oops.
Maybe it's at the start here. Let's just see.
Certainly the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but of course we understand. But the thing is, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker. Now is probably the lightest. Now is the most convenient time. Only about an hour has passed since Rosa was attacked. This is simply too reckless. Really naturally, Natsu was yelling about recklessness because Rudolph had said that he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly they were being tormented by hunger as well as their fatigue. In the beginning, they were just fine because they could fight their moderate hunger with their drowsiness, but now it just made their minds hazy, and even though it was still only midday, their bodies felt like they were reaching their limits. Without going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive. I'm opposed to this. It may be a little tough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place. It is alright for us, but it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry. I must bear my responsibility as a parent. Dear, now that father has passed away, you are the Ushirimiya family head. It is not permissible for you to take on such a danger. Yes, it's like not to be holding guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily. Then who will go to the mansion? I think Kiri and I and Hideyoshi as well should go. Hideyoshi and I are holding guns. They shouldn't be able to lay a hand on us that easily. Rosa was also holding a gun. She was attacked. Isn't it dangerous? When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria, I was alone. Although I had a gun with me, but I was attacked. Maybe they'll be cautious of their opponent as a man. 2 men, and even 2 guns. Those 2 will act as guards and I'll push the cart with the things. I believe the situation clearly differs from Rosa's. If you're counting me as a man, I'd be pleased to help. I don't look it, but I train this body full installs. Leave the heavy lift in me. You men just need to devote yourselves to guarding. There's a holding guard in the servant room, so using that, I should be able to handle carrying the food alone. Of course, we will be careful. If we can succeed in this venture just once, we'll never again need to take the risk of leaving this place. Is there any way I can't let her stay hungry? Because it's another big point to notice that Ava's being left alone again. If her stomach's empty, she can't even take her medicine. We should leave her be for a while. I guess you can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health. Understood. I'll give you permission to go outside. There's running water. There's no time to open a hand in an emergency like or something.
Okay, no, so it seems like that is the order, yeah. So, this seems to be the possession of guns. Was Ava, Rudolph, Kraus, Hideyoshi. Kiri did not have a gun. How the fuck did Kiri get a gun in the hall? Oh, wasn't it that like Hideyoshi they said to push the cart or something? I don't fucking know. Regardless, point being, there was 2 guns. And Yasu couldn't have been in possession of one if we count theirs being only 4 total.
Okay, this is interesting. Hideyoshi can see them now too, but remember this area got pulled into the other world apparently. Cart. We have 2 opponents who we split up. Fighting was forbidden. Only watch them go. Ha ha ha. Oh, the 36 shred. And on the chandelier burst apart. They're human like. It's part of the king's. Or Belphegor. Ooh, graphic there. You'd make a good wife. Your husband would be.
Okay, so I think I don't know how Kiri came into possession of one. I don't really remember. Maybe she took Hideyoshi's. I think it was that she couldn't push the cart, and so she got Hideyoshi's. But I don't think it really matters. Regardless, the point being, they weren't in possession of one. So I actually don't think Yasu could do it. So even if Yasu was in the mansion, I don't think it mattered. I'm getting really tired, boys. I gotta like hurry and wrap this up. Episode 4 might be another like throw my hat in, but we'll see. Hmm. Because now it makes more sense if there was like an exchange of gunfire. Because I imagine that Kiri and Rudolph, but I thought there was 3 guns total that they all had. And I was like, well, there's no fucking way that Hideyoshi has beaten him. But it makes more sense if Rudolph had the gun, which he did, if Hideyoshi attacked them because they were there and he figured out that's what they were, like, maybe they confronted him, right? And he like draws on them, he kills them. I put likely here, not likely, just notice. If that's the case, then maybe it makes sense that he attacked them because Yasu couldn't have, well, okay, Yasu maybe could have still for Hideyoshi. But given like the closeness and the times of their death, I'm not sure. Regardless, the point being, only possibility I can think of is that they exchanged fire of some kind. Because again, the whole magic shit is bullshit. We already know this. Sorry, my cable's almost muting me. They exchanged gunfire of some kind. And what I'm going to imagine here is that there was only 2 guns in the possession of Rudolph plus Hideyoshi inside the mansion. I think that Hideyoshi, upon being confronted, or maybe just got trigger happy / scared since he was covering for Ava, shot at the 2. If we follow possession of the guns, he would have killed, he would have shot Rudolph first, then Kiri. As for how Hideyoshi died, he either was killed by Yasu after she scavenged a gun, or Kiri somehow killed him after Rudolph was killed, then died herself. There is a note. Oh, dude, no, it really sounds like it's Kiri, though, when you think about this, right? It's not a very lethal spot. Who knew she was still alive? I don't know. I don't think this matters at all. Okay. I think we're done with episode 3. Spent way too much time on this. George Natsuke, yeah. Game 4. Now this is where we're gonna waste another like 2 fucking hours because I'm never gonna be able to figure this shite out. Where is the episode 4? Boom. I see Earth to Earth and Illusion to Illusion. Okay. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions. First Twilight. Illusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth. Or by the gold return to illusion. Second Twilight, George and Jessica. Earth, Earth, illusions to illusions. Silent corpses adorned by fiction. Okay. Let's just get all the victims down here first. Why don't we? Because this is going to be a hard one. Let's also get our music back because holy fuck. I can't take the wind blowing noise. It actually drives me crazy. I kind of prefer the far with the thing. Oh, because this is in... I was like, why don't I have the other... Because this is... the first thing. Let's do this. So... here... we don't really care about this. So it's very interesting. There's very few things in this part that actually talk about the crimes that happened. So let's try to recall the victims that happened here. So in the first Twilight, I know Ava and Hideyoshi died for sure. I'm pretty sure Genji died. I think Rudolph died because I don't remember him being there. I'm pretty sure Natsuhi died. And it was Rosa because Rosa had like the grrr thing at the end. That was way... I thought I was going to struggle on that. Obviously, this says George and Jessica, so... Okay. Silent corpses adorned by fiction. I doubt we're gonna need notes for episode 8, but I'll put... This is such a long theory stream, bro. I did not expect this to go this long. God, my back is itchy. Okay. Who else died in this? It was Shannon, Cannon, Nanjo, Rouse, Kiri, I believe? And obviously it says Goda and Kumasawa. The problem is I feel like I'm going to lean way too hard on Yasu here. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions. Sorry, the hiccups. So they're killed in the dining hall by Chester's sister gunfire. Was there more past those first 4 games? I don't think there was. So I don't know if I care too much about 5 and 6. I mean, we'll go back through them, but I know in 5 there wasn't like a ton of murders that happened. And in 6 I don't think there was either. And I think we kind of already went over a lot of the mysteries because the mysteries in those was more self-contained. This one is interesting because we know that the one thing to note about this, Yasu is alive at the end of this game because you have the whole big episode discussion or the whole big like framing that happens at the end by Yasu. So then the question actually there's kind of some aura with it being a small E. We're going to leave it there. The only thing that becomes questionable about this though is that we know Kumasawa maybe Kumasawa. I'll have to look into the specifics of this. I had mentioned it earlier that I thought I had some theory about how this was done. If Yasu was alive, what would stop her from going in, having them be killed, hanging them, putting it on his... Oh, because it was the key in Goda's pocket. That's what the difficulty was. We'll have to look into that, but besides the point, let's not get too bogged on that. Because these two are going to be the biggest icky ones. I believe. In my mind, at least, it feels like it. So... Mm-mm-mm. How's the humidity dropping in here with the humidifier off? My doctor's calling me. I'll have to call him back after. Although in reality, you wouldn't actually have to... You wouldn't actually have to fuck with all the watches, right? They could have actually been in Kuwadorian. Because they only would have had to fuck with... Well... The only thing that becomes weird about it is how they would transfer everybody. It's not so much that it's a problem with, like, the transfer, it's just that, like, how would the people not have woken up? You know? That's the more interesting part. How would everybody not have woken up? And I don't think they ever showed anything, like, the only thing I was thinking is, like, what could they have used to knock everybody out? All I was thinking was, like, maybe tear gas. But the problem with that is I just don't see how it, I don't see how it makes sense. We're also gonna have to go and look at the corpses for episode 4, because there's, like, no fucking way. I'm pretty sure episode 4, pretty much everybody was killed the same way, as I recall it. So the people that died during the haul... all half blown off. The only thing that I start to wonder, because you gotta remember that Canon and Shannon airquote were both trapped inside the thing. They're all dead. Rosa was dead. Nanjo was trapped. Genji was dead. Goda and Kumasawa, I believe, ran away, right? Goda's the confusing one, though. Again, we don't care about Kinzo. Remove you. The only thing I'm starting to wonder, so the people that were trapped in Kuwadorian, air quote Kuwadorian, again, it still possibly could have been, was Kraus, Kiri, Nanjo, these two. I don't remember who the last person was. It wasn't Goten and Kumasawa. Was it just those 5? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe it was just those 5. So then the interesting thing to me is we already know Nanjo would be in on it. So we can throw him to the side. The question becomes... Could Beatrice convince these two? Because that's what makes me wonder. Could these two be in on it? I want to go to episode 4. Also, let me save this again just in case. Eva Hideyoshi Rose announced to be Rudolph Genji. Yes. I was wrong on that because Kraus got spared, so I don't know how I got that note wrong, but... The problem with episode 4, I think, is that we're likely being shown just like a lot of bullshit. So right here, this alone, where I have this question, if magic isn't real, how did Kiri, Kraus, and Nanjo give credence to the existence of witches and magic? We already know Nanjo would. These two could have been used. The only thing that makes me wonder... Cannon's corpse not found makes sense. And Maria was poisoned. That's another crazy thing. She was foaming at her mouth. The only other thing that could be was she was strangled. Or suffocated, maybe? But having foam around your mouth, I feel like that's two things. You either were suffocated, or you were suffocated either by being strangled, or just suffocating, or you were poisoned. Her head was smashed, but she was on the phone with Battler. I almost wonder if all of these killings were like Yasu bringing these people into the fold and then killing them. This group of people dies. Kraus, Kiri, Cannon, Shen, and Nanjo, yeah. So it was these 5. Guys, this is gonna be a real rough one because this is so like all over the place. I don't have like a real solid ground to stand on as it refers to these. My biggest theory in my mind right now is that somehow Kraus and Kiri were convinced to join. The only thing that makes me wonder, it says this is the second, but I don't think that's correct because at the end it doesn't say that. Okay. I don't know if there's many answers that they give for the 4th game. Da-da-da-da. The Kenzo title didn't really make sense. And it would make sense that if Yasu was the one that killed her, why her death would be more merciful. It'd be Rosa or Yasu would be the two that... Or Beatrice, of course. Yasu. I did say that here that they got me. To be fair, you could be like... You could say that vaguely, but... Yeah, see, I actually think, dude, maybe former was cooking. I kind of agree with that. But look, I don't want to get too lost. I need to make sure that it was Goda and Kumasawa that ran away in this episode. Phone in the Dungeon is live. But remember, this was not actually Beatrice. This was fake. This was a person. I think they're in on it. I think this is like an inside job, although I don't I don't know why they would go along after those being killed. That's the only part of my theory here that doesn't really work too well. Okay. Get to the part where they get killed, man. Okay, this is like after. I think this is well after. I don't put Goda's name down a lot. I could just search by his name. Okay. Da 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 da. I wonder if Genji wasn't dead. Because when it says, like, it's a pleasure to meet you all, blah, 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 like, it could be very possible that some of the people that were presented that had died at the start were not. And were killed afterwards to make it seem as though. The only ones were not captured from Goto Kasuma-sama. It's interesting. Okay, so it was those two that ran away. The only thing is, like, Kumasawa maybe, but, like, Goda is, like, the confusing part. Dude, I don't know how much time I want to waste on this. This is, like, I still feel like episode 4 was, like, insanely unapproachable to me. I'm still gonna try here, but I feel the least confident. I feel, like, kind of confident in the others, episode 2 less so. Episode 1 and 3 I feel very confident on. Episode 2, medium confident on, mainly because of the whole timeline shenanigans. I think I have the killers right, I think I probably have the order wrong, or something wrong in some way. And with this one, I'm so lost. I think the last ones aren't going to be too bad. Because, like, here, the idea would be that Yasu probably just killed these people. But the question here, like, one, like, how were all these people killed in relatively quick succession? I'm going to say that, like, hmm. Hmm. Fuck, this is really tough. I'm just gonna write some random shit here because like I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to get like a super clear answer on this. I'm going to admit that I'm probably not smart enough to figure this out. Yeah, okay, I follow this so far. Ooh, maybe they didn't actually recall the others being killed. Maybe that's why they all told the same story. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Because the only way I can think is that the others were threatened to go along with the story. I think Kumasawa would go along with it because she would be like an accomplice of some kind. Goto would be the wild card again. Like, would he be willing to go along with that story? Maybe to keep his life. It's possible. I don't. And like, but for the thing is, like, it feels like they would really believe it. Unless there was some way that they had their deaths faked in some way. But I don't know. So if we look at George. So George was shot in the forehead. At this point, had they already returned? I don't remember. I truly don't remember the order of deaths in the thing. Yeah, brother, I'm hard confused on this one. I don't know how much time I want to waste on this. Hmm. Okay, so there's two possibilities I can view the Jessica story here. Hmm. Let me get the message or the music back. Yeah, obviously she wasn't. That wasn't obviously what happened. So, hmm. Hmm. I feel like it has to be a copy. Because Shannon exists as a real person in many of the other games. Sorry, I know I was not saying a lot for a long period there, but I'm just trying to think, like, how could Shannon be passed off as being, like, I feel like it has to be a fake, because Yasu isn't Shannon. And then how would, well, the mansion was locked, but, like, they had the key. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Sorry, I'm bouncing around a lot. I don't, I'm gonna be honest with you, I truly just don't understand. Episode 4 to me has never become more clear. At all. At all. So much of it was shrouded in magic, and I feel like I have like a better understanding, or like a pretty good understanding. I've tried to have a good understanding. And again, like I feel like I can get like the general scaffolding, but I don't know if I can take you point by point. Whenever they reveal what happens in episode 4, or whenever we're done and I look it up, I'm probably gonna be like, oh, but I'm not really grasping exactly what's going on. Maybe I'm being slow. Maybe it's pretty obvious. Not to me, at least. The only thing I can think is that Kiri and Kraus were in on it up to a certain point, then killed. I don't really understand why they were spared in particular. It seems like they were probably forced to be. I don't think they were under, like, Kuadorian, but they could have been. It doesn't really matter too much because they were probably being threatened by people. Obviously, whoever it was had guns. But didn't they say that she couldn't see it from the room where she was? I don't know. I don't. Sorry, I'm just like typing and not really talking. I'll read through all this in a second. I don't really want to waste too much time. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I want to be like, I don't want to sound grumpy or anything, but like, episode 4 is really hard to me. I don't really know what there is to like. It's gonna be wild speculation from me, and you know, I think I've done pretty good in this game. I'm okay to accept that. You know, I'm not gonna be able to get everything. Episode 4 to me is definitely like the most impenetrable. To me, it seems like there was a big coordinated group that worked together at the guidance of Yasu. I think that it was most likely composed of Genji, always Genji, Kumasawa, Nanjo, Maria. We kind of have those four like pinned always. Particularly in this story, more so Genji, Nanjo is going to be my guess. I think there's also some outside possibility that like the siblings maybe like the problem is I don't know if some people were brought into the fold at a given point. I don't know if Jessica maybe killed George and then was killed herself. It's hard for me to know. I can't know. My meta theory on this one is I think there was a big group of people that started this from the beginning. It explains how all the people were killed via like gunfire in that room at the start. The only thing that gets confusing is like, do you think that Goda and Kumasawa were in on it and that's why they escaped? Because if we think about it, Genji, Nanjo, Goda, Kumasawa, Shannon, aka Yasu, that's 5 people. That's pretty doable. Goda and Kumasawa run away. Kraus and Kiri then end up being forced to join. The problem that becomes weird for me is that like if they weren't in on it to begin with, especially Kiri lying to Battler and both of them lying over the phone when they're locked up in the jail cell, it just doesn't add up to me. Because I just don't see why you would lie in that scenario. You have nothing to lose. You're going to probably be killed anyways. Why would you trust that? I don't want to say I don't want to say it's like, oh, like be a hero, but I mean, be a hero, motherfucker. Like, you're gonna die anyways. You already know you're gonna die. Why not try and save your kid? I guess the real question is like, what are you gonna do? I guess I could hold it over you like, hey man, we're in a typhoon. Like, you say anything, like we're gonna kill your kids. And it's like shit. But like, we know that Kiri doesn't give a fuck about Battler, so it's like a double whammy. Like, why would she tell him? I don't know. I don't get that part. The people that would have been accomplices as well, it's not too surprising because the people that would have helped, like let's say Nanjo and Thing helped, right? Well, we already know Nanjo ends up getting killed. Genji very well could have helped to begin with. And then he could have been killed afterwards, right? Like, it could very well have been that Genji wasn't actually killed. Maybe it was seemed like Genji was killed, you know, something like that. Maybe Genji is the one that's responsible for killing these people. It's just weird because the phone call thing in episode 4 was the same thing that happened with Kiri and Rudolph in the other part. Like, that was their creation. So it seems to imply that they had something. But if Rudolph was already dead, like, did Kiri feed them ideas for what to do? It's possible if Kiri was in the fold, because this all happened afterwards. Huh. Maybe Kiri's more guilty in this than I think. Because that's the only thing that makes me bite on that, is that I think that Kiri... But, like, at the end, we know Yasu wins. Yasu is alive at the end of the game, right? Hmm. This seems to indicate to me that Goda and Kumasawa were in on it. I think the whole servant troop was in on it with her. I think that's what this episode was. I don't know the explanations behind Kiri. It's just the interesting, like, allusions to illusions. Silent corpses adorned by... Dude, I literally have no fucking clue, man. Legit, like, no fucking clue. In the fucking slightest. Like... Because we know they're all dead by the end. That's the only thing. So I just don't know, I guess, like... I don't know. I don't know. I legit have no fucking clue. I legit have no clue. Like, it had to be done by a group. That's, like, the only thing I can think of. I don't know. I legit have no clue. Because it feels like everybody has to be in on it at some point, right? Like... Because I'm just going to keep coming back to, like, why on earth was it... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like, to me, there was... I don't know. In my gut, I feel like Genji wasn't dead. In my gut, I need an explanation for why, in particular, Kraus and the rest... Like, if we assume the deaths of the rest of them, right? It's also just weird, like, the allusions to illusion. They're saying, like, tales woven by the gold return to illusions. What does that even mean? Earth to earth, allusions to illusions. Because there was two things that were mentioned. Does this actually say gold truth? I don't remember that. I want to read the, Do they have those listed here? Let me find Requiem, where is it? No, I don't think this is... No, that was Twilight. Holy fuck, I'm so glad I didn't read those. So no, there's nothing. It literally doesn't have anything. I don't know. I'm so confused because the big thing is we have groups of people that ran away who you would think would otherwise, like, let's say in a weird world it was like after the first thing it was all the servants plus like Goda that lived. I'd be like, well, you know, it's possible that maybe they like conspired in some way. I just don't understand. My biggest discrepancy right now is specifically with the George and Jessica thing and with the Ava with the Kraus and Kiri thing. Because if Kraus and Kiri knew that they were going to be killed, right? Like, let's say, like, you watched your whole family get killed in front of you. You know that the person has the capacity to kill, right? Why on earth would you then not, like, reveal everything right at the end if you're going to be killed anyways? Why would Kiri, up until her last moments, still go through and tell this lie? Because we know the magic isn't real. They have to be lying. Because there's no way they can believe in the lie. We already know the whole bullshit about cutting through and the goat men. Like, that didn't fucking happen. Then the other confusing things becomes like, well, it doesn't really make sense why they would agree to cover for the killers. Why would they cover for the killers? Literally zero reason for them to cover for the killers in any point at all. At any point at all. The only possibility is that they were in on it themselves. But then the question if they were in on it is how the fuck do you convince Kraus and Kiri to be in on it? But that's it? But then also like Goda and Kumasawa, because you gotta remember too that Goda and Kumasawa also have the exact same story. They say the exact same thing what happened in the dining hall, because those are the only, if you take Nanjo out of it, right? As far as like the people that officially survived, I don't believe that, but as long as we take the people who officially survived, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa, with the exception of Goda, it's not like too surprising. The only thing that I can put together is that, like, somehow Kraus and Kiri are brought into the fold, but then the other thing with Jessica is, like, why would Jessica say that? Like, George, it's whatever. George gets killed, so that doesn't matter. But, like, there's a weird thing with Jessica where, again, I say here, like, hey, she saw George being killed, said it, then she got finished off after she relayed the info. Or this, which almost feels more likely that she never witnessed anything that happened and was told to say the line that she fed to Battler and was then killed. And then the question becomes like, okay, then was Jessica in on it too? So like, what people were in on it? Because like the number is growing. Goda and Kumasawa, apparently. Goda's confusing, I don't know how. But then apparently like also Kraus, also Kiri, also Goda. Sorry, I said Goda. Goda, Jessica, Kiri, plus Genji, Nanjo, Kumasawa. Like, fuck, we're damn well near half the fucking island at this point. In fact, it is, because it's only 16, because canon doesn't exist. Literally half the island is in on it. Because the only way I can see... But this doesn't make sense, though, because the only way I was going to say is, like, the only way it makes sense to me is that Kiri and Kraus didn't see the people that died. Like, they didn't see how they died. But that doesn't make any fucking sense because they give the same explanation that Kumasawa and Goda give as well. So that doesn't make sense. I don't know, bro. There's some fuckery. There is some big... Episode 4 feels like a fucking conspiracy to me. What I am certain of at the end is that everybody... Because I think there's a red statement here. I'll go back up in this because it's way easier to find. Where are we? Here. I actually want, like, the end of the episode, though. Because it's her last statement that she makes that I want to see. No, because that's the end of episode 3. Did I pass it? Yeah, I did. The only one alive on this island is you. So we know by the end of the game, Yasu is still alive, because she is human Beatrice. And everybody else is dead. I can see the reason why, like in the previous episodes, I had posited that I'm not surprised if, like, if Shannon or Yasu, I should just use the word Yasu, or the name Yasu just makes it more clear. If Yasu uses the whole thing, or the whole, what do you call it? If Yasu uses her relationship with, like, Genji and them and Nanjo and Kumasawa, like, those people plus Maria, I'm not surprised. Those people are going to help her. Maria is going to help Beatrice no matter what. Genji will. Nanjo and Kumasawa know about the identity of her, about Beatrice, about everything. They're probably indebted to her. Will they support her as strongly as Genji? No, probably not. Because Genji is like a tool. Like, he will listen. I feel like Nanjo and Kumasawa especially, they're more human. I can't see them killing people directly. I can't. I can see them helping. They can facilitate. I don't see them killing people. But I can see that, like, is there some way that that group of people that is loyal to Beatrice convinced the others to help with Thing, like with killing in the previous episodes, and then maybe when it's done, it's like, okay guys, you know, I'm blowing up the island anyways, I'm gonna give you a clean death so you don't, like, die in an explosion, or, you know, maybe it just kills them anyways because, like, they're subservient to her. Okay, sure. But it starts to get real hard for me when we get to episode 4, where it feels like so many people now, if we're to buy that, are in on it, and it's like a weird selection of people that are on it, because, like, I could almost kind of get it if it was like, oh, like, Kraus lived, Natsui lived, like, Jessica lived, because then you're like, oh, I can kind of see, like, maybe they said, like, this family, you know, but they don't. There's, like, a really weird spray about it. And then the confusing part, what I was going to say earlier, is it doesn't make sense to me that in episode 4, if Kiri and Kraus were in on it, how they would be okay with their spouses being dead, and then the only thing would be, well, then their spouses either A, weren't dead, or they didn't think their spouses were dead, but the story they were telling involved their spouses being dead. And up to Kiri dying at the end of the fucking game, like, she's basically, as far as I'm aware, the last person outside Goto and Kumasawa that gets killed, if we can trust the whole, again, like, I don't know the exact order in that regard, but even up to the end, Kiri is still repeating this, but there's no way Kiri is gonna believe that. It feels like Kiri's in on it. It feels like she's pushing a lie, and she got double backed on. I can see it with Kiri. The problem is Kraus is included. There's no way Kraus is doing that. I don't know. Look, we're gonna put it, I think I already have it here, that, like, I basically put exactly what I think. Semi-large, I'm just gonna say large group. Semi doesn't even make sense there. I think it's just a large group who were then routinely executed by the core group, yeah. Shen and Yasu were usual helpers, everyone save Maria. Realistically, it probably would have been like Genji that would have been doing the killing, again, if I follow my current theory that I don't think Nanjo and Kumasawa would be killers, more facilitators, same with Maria. I have a funny feeling the group of killers, and this was a typical core plus Goto, maybe Kiri. I'll leave it, but if you're listening to the VOD, you know, I think it was probably mainly Yasu, Genji. Genji was then probably killed later. The only question is, like, they saw Genji die, so, like, again, it's another thing, like, people have to be, like, they gotta be in on it, they gotta be bought off. I don't fucking know. I don't know what it is. Somebody's paid off, somebody's in on it. I don't fucking understand why we're picking and choosing who's in on it and who's not. I don't fucking know, but I know by the end of it, people got double backed on and people were fucking dead. That's it. At least as far as Kraus, Kiri, and maybe Jessica go, like, Kiri, it feels like Kiri had to be in on it. There's no fucking way she couldn't be. But they got double backed on. And we know, I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm leaving it at that. I'm not fucking around anymore. I don't give a fuck. Episode 5. Game 5. I don't really know how many mysteries there were that were that, like, confusing. We'll go to Game 5 real quick, but we're definitely in the wind down here. This stream has went literally way longer than I thought it would, okay? I thought this was gonna be like a 2-hour stream. This is hour almost 7. Unbelievable. Why does this keep happening? All I know is this is the last theory stream, so you gotta make it worth it. So episode 5, this was the one with the cousins dying. So again, Kinzo we don't really give a fuck about. Cross ended up getting killed. Not surprising. He was killed. Not killed. Not killed. Not killed. Not killed. Not killed. Not. You were sliced. You were sliced. What the? I could have sworn I executed him and he fucking... I think we already went over all these and I don't think it was too surprising. So, the way that... And I feel like... I don't want to... No fault to the viewers. I feel like... I don't know if I reasoned into this or if it was spoiled to me by... Or not spoiled, but like kind of hinted at by the viewers. But I think the whole thing was that... It wasn't that these were fakes. They were definitely dead. But... I don't believe Nanjo ever performed a full examination and Rika never saw the bodies. Because Rika had like the same thing where like, oh, or Erika I should say. Erika had the same thing where if she sees a body, it's like boom, instant confirmation her things are never wrong. Because that was a whole plot point in episode 6 with like the people that had died in the first Twilight. And how they were probably like faking it. It was all like a game or something. And then she made sure they were all dead. She did fucking kill them to make sure that they couldn't have helped Battler. And that brought up the whole like locked room mystery which was unsolved. I think the bigger thing that happened in this game was that they probably actually did get killed. They were just never properly ID'd. It's very possible that their bodies... The question is, like, who took their bodies? That I don't know. The fact that Genji was killed afterwards at the family conference, I'm not sure. Because these... Like, Shannon or Cannon, aka Yasu, was at the thing. So the question would be, like, who would have moved the bodies? Well, so I guess that's like the big question. We have 2 questions in episode 5, like who moved the cousins plus Rosa's body? Because I think that was it, right? I don't think anybody else was killed. You didn't die. You were never alive. You didn't die. You didn't die. You didn't die. Yes. Okay. So, because it was just these 1, 2, 3, 4 that were killed. You were kidnapped and killed. You were stabbed, which we saw with Natsui in the thing. And then you were killed in your own room. Like, my gut intuition tells me that it was probably Genji, because the whole blade slice thing to me is like the hallmark of Genji, right? You have a bunch of different ways that people were killed, but I feel like every time I see the blade, I think Genji. Especially because of the knife scene with Cannon, it's like, I don't know why, but there's something about, like, also isn't there somebody that he, like, stops their heart with, and then it's like, oh, like, they found, like, a slice on their neck or something, I don't know. Pretty... Especially because he was the only person that was in his room when it was sealed. Like, they talked about this. It seems like he had to have killed himself here. And I think Genji would have the nuts to do it. Then the question becomes, like, he might have been the one to kill these people. But then the question is, like, I don't think it was possible, as I recall, for him to be the one that moved the bodies. Because I think he was already dead. That I'm not sure. But then if we follow the exact same thing as we did in the previous episodes, if dude killed himself, then... it's very, very possible that the rest of them... How do I word this? It's possible that it was one of these other people I'm having a stroke. We still haven't answered the big question, which is the whole Shannon Cannon debacle, which also could end up ruining most of my reasoning, but we'll answer that after. The problem is I just don't remember the details of episode 5 about, like, who was free at what given time. That they could have moved or hidden the bodies. Because as I recall, it was a relatively short window. Let me go to my... Let me save this real quick. I don't know why I'm scrolling this. This is not... I'm just fucking totally absent-minded, scatterbrained here. Episode 5, I want to see... This is Tea Party episode 6, so we're obviously... Maybe it wasn't possible for Genji to kill them. It could have just been Yasu. Like, we know Yasu kidnapped Kraus and killed them. It had to be with the whole calling to person. God, I'm trying to think here. Because, like, it makes me feel like Genji was the one that killed him. I already said this with the knife, but, like, I think what the whole thing here was that Genji... There was something weird about Genji, like, staying in his room. And... Because Ava had sealed it. At 1 a.m., she sealed his room. And Genji didn't leave the mansion after midnight. And his room was sealed after 1 a.m. I don't think Genji could have been the one to move the bodies. I don't even think he could have been the one that killed them. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it adds up. I don't... I don't know. I mean, it seems like Genji is dead. I don't know. I don't get it. We know they died. I don't know. I'm starting to get to, like, the tired portion. This might be something that we have to save. Again, I don't know, like, when they revealed this, if they do reveal... I don't know. Go back to the bottom. I don't know. I think it was the cousin's room where the rest of them were. I don't think episode 6 really had much left to it. Okay, I mean, this is like the basic thing. Like, I don't know who moved the bodies. I'm probably just gonna default to the same explanation. Like, the only other possibility that's like really out there, which doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know. I don't. The problem is, like, Ari can never sell the bodies, so he can't confirm that they're dead. The other question, too, is how the fuck does Battler go into that room? Because this was something I said initially. Like, these people had their throats sliced the fuck open. You walked into that room, and you laid down on that fucking bed with all that blood dripping. You didn't wake up with any on your clothes. You didn't feel anything when you got in the bed. Bro, I've spilled water in my bed before, and it, like, ruins the whole fucking thing. Somebody, like, gushing, like, their whole contents of their body out. And I also don't believe that Battler could mistake that. Like, there's no way you're like, oops, like, you know, I forget who he laid down next to, but it's like, oops, oh my god, I laid down next to somebody and they, like, spilled all their contents and they're fucking, you know, they bled out. Oh, my package got delivered 30 minutes ago. It's like, I'm gonna go grab it. One sec. Okay, I'm back. I won't open that now, because besides the point. Sorry, I lost my train of thought from what I was saying. Oh, with the whole laying in the bed thing. I kind of just don't buy that Battler didn't notice. And that Erika had her ear and didn't hear them, like, get killed. It doesn't work. Like, something doesn't add up. The only possibility is that they actually weren't dead. But if they get confirmed dead and... But see, that's the weird thing again when I say with the whole... Oh, did I just mute? Oh, no, I didn't. That's the only thing that I worry about, though, is with the whole red truth at the end. Like, it means nothing. To say at the end, like, oh, they were dead. Like, it doesn't... Oh, no, I did... Yeah. Because if the switch was set at the end, you saying like, oh, by the time of the end of the game they were dead, Okay, well, yeah, everybody probably was. That doesn't mean anything. If the switch was set, they were dead. Like, it doesn't mean anything. So the only possibility is that they weren't dead. Jesus, my fucking... I'm starting to convince myself more of this, because, again... Because the only other person could maybe be Rosa. But then, like, Rosa herself was dead, so then again, you would just be saying that for Rosa. And, like, could one person really move that many bodies in that, like, without getting caught a single time? Like, I don't know. I'm starting to not buy into that. I'm gonna rock with that. I don't know. I don't know if they're actually dead or not. Like, it Jesus, please. I'm too fucking... it's because my thing is my mouth... I can't speak now, I got a fucking lisp. That my mic cable is laying on my keyboard and pressing keys to make me mad. Because they could, like, fuck with you on purpose by saying, like, certain people were dead at the end of the game. But only confirming some. Because it's omitting other info that would make you think about it differently. Because if they said, oh, yeah, by the way, everyone was dead at the end of the game. End of game 5. You're like, oh, how? Because you don't know about the explosion yet at that point. But then, weirdly, you sit there and you're like, huh. Now that I know about the explosion, you could theoretically have said that any of them died. It's not episode 3 where we know that Ava lives. Also explains how Ava would know about it. Because I assume that episode 3's timeline is maybe also a semi-permutation of what happened in, like, it's probably similar in some ways to episode 7, of course, not exactly the same. Yeah, I feel pretty confident in this. I don't really want to belabor the point much more, because I'm really fucking tired. I do kind of want to open this package, though. This is a keyboard I've been waiting for a fucking hot minute. 1 second. Ow, that hurt. Ah, that fucking hurt. That hurt a lot. That hurt a lot. Holy fuck, that hurt. Dr. Knight, I always... I found it. I found it. Where I have to stack my pots and pans because I don't have enough space in my studio apartment. It's like in a thing that's near the end of my bed, and since I just did dishes, there's one that's technically off the shelf, and I just like fucking walked into it and kicked it. Well, let's open this. I guess end of the stream little goodie package here. I'm happy enough with these answers that, like, if I'm wrong and I get the proper answers, it's like, oh, whatever. I'll just accept it. This came all the way from Japan, double packed. This could explode on stream. This could be the end of my life on stream. Are you guys ready? This waited so long, got delayed in customs in the US for like 10 days. Well, I don't think it's a bomb. If it's a bomb, it's not a very good one. 3, 2, 1, boom. Maybe it's anthrax. You guys ever think about that? Could have been anthrax. Never know. Okay, so it didn't come with a box. It's not really too surprising. I did buy it used. It's a lot heavier than I thought it would be. There is? Is that a user manual? Oh, did he send me a post-it letter? Oh, he sent me a thank you card. That's cute. I bought this off eBay. It's a Toper keyboard. I have a mechanical keyboard already that's pretty expensive that I like, but I had a Toper keyboard a while ago and I sold it. But I wanted one back, so I got this one. Hopefully this works. Otherwise I got scammed, but I don't think I did. Plus I get my money back even if I did get scammed. It looks very nice. It's hilarious. This guy said this was like, oh, used. It's in like serviceable condition. Bro, this shit looks perfect. It looks like it just came out of the box. Oh, feels good too. Sounds nice. Do 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 do. Sorry, I have a lot of. He sent me a post. I want to know what's in this postcard, guys. This is kind of cute. Maybe I should attach pictures of this whenever I upload this little secret sauce Easter egg. I got this all the way from Japan, bro. This is a long ass time. Oh, this might be the manual and everything for this. Oh, there's plate foam. Since when the fuck do Real Force keyboards come with plate foam, bro? Did he include this? This is actually the cutest shit of all time. If he actually sent me like some extra stuff. Oh no, it looks like this actually is just like the user manual. Oh my god, it even still has like the registration not filled out. Aww. Oh, it's got a Philco key puller. I had a Philco keyboard back in the day. Dude, I had so many mechanical keyboards. I don't even want to get into that. That's a whole topic for another day, lads. Is there anything in here? It feels like there is. Is these customized keycaps? Oh, it's probably just like extra modifier shit. Okay, nothing else up in there. Dude, I thought he sent me a cute little handwritten letter. I was about to cry. Cry live on stream. Has a typical rattle that's associated with a lot of Toper keyboards, if they're not modified, but it's fine. Let's see. He read this to me. I'm not going to read out his contact. He said, "Thank you very much for purchasing my item on eBay. I have a special offer just for you. If you deal directly with me, I can sell your items at a lower price than you can buy them on eBay. If you'd like to deal with me directly, please contact me using the contact form below. I'll also be happy to help you find the products you're looking for, so please feel free to contact me anytime. We look forward to hearing from you using the contact info below." How cute. Well, thank you, letter. What a cute little guy. What a cute Japanese man on the other side of the planet. The Umineko board. I should actually make like a custom case for this and make it the Umineko board. That'd be kind of fun. I've been meaning to make a custom case for a long time. Talks about key spacers. Interesting. I'm just sort of wasting time here with you guys. Let me plug this in and see if it works. You guys can see live on air if I got scammed. Maybe he's not a nice Japanese man. Maybe he's a scammer Japanese man. You never know. But this looks like it's in fucking perfect condition. I don't actually understand how this was like listed as used. Like, he listed it as like, oh, used. Like, it's not in like great quality. I don't know, motherfucker. This shit looks perfect quality. To be fair, this could be like the, I don't want to impose like technically a positive stereotype, but it's still a stereotype nonetheless. I know there's like a whole thing about Japanese people being very like meticulous and taking very good care of things. Maybe that's why, because like, motherfucker, it was like a used like 3 out of 5 stars, he called it. I don't know, man. This looks like a little bit more than 3 out of 5 stars to me, but fuck do I know, I'm a silly little Billy. Let me unplug this other keyboard. Move this out of the way. Just knocked over part of my pop can tower. Appreciate you guys for hearing that. You can tell how much of a degenerate I am while I clean my apartment and leave shit on my desk. Okay, one second. Let me plug this in. Apologize for the bumping the mic. Apologize for me being fucking slow and apparently not being able to get this damn cable to go where I want it to go. There we go. Now it's going more. Perfect. Plugged in. Moment of truth, everyone. Did I get scammed? Did I get scammed? Let's find out. I didn't, I can tell you already, because I pressed the caps lock key by accident and the thing lit up. That is the only thing that sucks, is I don't like caps lock. I usually rebind it. I do wonder if I could use, I don't want to say steal, steal's not the correct word. I wonder if I could use this PCB and then like rewire it with one of the daughter boards. Let's see. There you go. He didn't scam me. I think the only thing rough about it, and it's not his fault, it's just how these things are manufactured. The mods are a bit rattly, but that can be fixed. Okay, that was a good stream, I think. I think we're all pretty happy. You guys should be happy. I fucking racked my brain. Game 7 wasn't really a lot to talk about, considering it was kind of all given to us. But, yeah, my team. I appreciate... Ooh, Jesus. I'll say another more, like, tacky and sappy speech whenever, we actually get to the end of Umineko, at the end of episode 8. But I really do appreciate everybody sticking around. People have had way more interest in this than, like, pretty much any other game I've ever played on stream. Save maybe Danganronpa. But regardless, I appreciate you all for coming out, if you did. Appreciate you for listening to the end of this long-ass, rambling, all-over-the-place theory stream. This was supposed to be 2 hours and ended up being however long this was. So for anybody who is going to be viewing this now at the end of the stream, prior to whenever the next thing comes out... Jesus, is this, like, crooked? Sorry, I'm having, like, a stroke here trying to get everything, like, set up, and I'm just not being smart. It's okay. We will be live. I don't know when it will be tomorrow. I'm gunning for the morning, is the plan. Ideally, I want to wake up, I want to do my econ test, I want to get on. That's probably going to be in the early AMs or early in the morning. Depending on how tired I am, I may sleep and wake up, we'll see. All this being said, I want to have this episode... Ooh, oh, because I was under that. I want to have this episode, the next episode, done in about a week's time. So it's currently the 30th. By about like the 6th, 7th, probably even before that, I would like to have it done. I would honestly prefer to have it done by like the 4th, 5th. But I'm not going to guarantee that just because of sleep schedule and a bunch of other shit. But enough rambling. I appreciate everybody for coming out for the final theory stream. Guess we might have the epilogue theory stream depending on how much episode 8 answers, I'm not sure. But I appreciate everybody for coming out. Thanks again. And see you in episode 8 in